Alert. Close to finishing the job in Iran. I'm Chris Foster.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
President Trump says in an address to the nation, we're going to hit Iran extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly.
Oil prices are up more than 7% today, and stock futures are down. Traders had been looking for more de-escalation in Iran. European leaders are discussing ways to reopen and keep open the Strait of Hormuz to oil shipping traffic.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says diplomatic, political and military measures are all on the table, but plans will only be put into action once the fighting has stopped. The Strait of Hormuz is a vital energy shipping route that's effectively been blocked by Iran since it was attacked by the US and Israel. This virtual summit, hosted by the UK, comprises high-ranking officials from 35 countries. They've signed up to a joint statement condemning Iran's attacks on commercial vessels in the Gulf, as well as on oil and gas installations belonging to its neighbours. In London, Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
After a successful launch, astronauts on the Artemis space mission are scheduled to wake up in about an hour to check and adjust the capsule's orbit and get ready to increase velocity to break out of Earth's orbit for the trip around the moon.
They will initiate this burn of their main engine. They call it a TLI, translunar injection, that will send the spacecraft towards the moon. And then after that burn, other than some minor course adjustments with the maneuvering thrusters, they will coast that entire way.
Fox's Jonathan Seri at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA confirms the Orion capsule's only toilet is okay to use. The fan had been reported to be jammed. America's listening to Fox News.
History isn't just in textbooks. It's the story of us, the United States. 2026 marks 250 years of America. And throughout the year, Bill Hemmer takes listeners on a journey through the 250 most impactful moments in American history. From the spark of revolution to the battles for freedom, the ideas, inventions, and decisions that changed the world. The 250 most impactful moments in American history podcast. Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcasts.com.
You never know who might be taking the quiz.
Hi, everyone. It's Candace Cameron Bure.
Hey, everyone. It's Phil Sims.
It's Dolores Catania.
Hey, everyone. I'm Kix Brooks.
It's Candace Bushnell.
I'm Rob Paulson.
I'm Ryan Serhant.
Hey, everyone. I'm Nicole Polizzi.
Hey, everybody's Kevin Nealon.
What's up, guys? It's Nia Sue, and it's time to take the quiz.
5 questions in less than 5 minutes every day. Listen and follow at thequiz.fox.
Republicans in Congress are pushing ahead with a two-pronged plan to end the Homeland Security shutdown.
The plan would include the House approving a Senate-passed bill that funds most of the department with the exception of immigration operations. The House rejected that proposal last week, and Congress then adjourned for a 2-week recess. The House and Senate would then move to fund the rest of ICE and Border Patrol through a budget resolution process by June. It's not a guaranteed fix without much support expected from Democrats. The measure would need near unanimous support from Republicans. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
For small waves, but a tsunami warning is now lifted after an undersea earthquake off Indonesia. One person is reported to have been killed in a building collapse. A cold case murder in Utah is linked to serial killer Ted Bundy.
Investigators in Spanish Fork, Utah, say after 51 years,
we can now say without a doubt that Theodore Ted Bundy did in fact murder Laura Ann Amy in the fall of 1974.
Utah County Sheriff Mike Smith, the 17-year-old last seen leaving a Halloween party. Bundy's original confession to Amy's killing was deemed not enough to close the case, and that thanks to new DNA testing standards.
This will make any future DNA test comparison easier for those law enforcement agencies who still have open cases involving Bundy.
Ted Bundy was executed in 1989. He confessed to the killing of 30 women and girls, though investigators say the true number is higher. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The actor and comedian Eugene Mirman, a star of the animated series Bob's Burgers, has been seriously injured in a fiery car crash in a toll plaza in New Hampshire. New Hampshire Governor Kelly Ayotte happened to be in a car nearby, and state police say a trooper assigned to her security detail pulled Mirman out of the burning car. Ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street, Dow futures are down 464. I'm Chris Foster. This is Fox News.
The price of gold is surging to new highs. It's already topped $5,000 an ounce. The only question is, how much money will you make when gold hits $6,000 an ounce? Investors like you have made small fortunes off the run-up in precious metals, and not just with gold stocks or ETFs. Many have taken advantage of a little-known gold investment officially released by the U.S. government. Now you can too, when you get our free special report from veteran trader and investor Jim Woods. It's called Gold Wealth Boosters. This new report outlines amazing gold investments that have returned 12 to 26 times more than investing in gold bullion itself. Given the uncertainty in world markets, the investments outlined in Jim Woods' Gold Wealth Boosters report are crucial in 2026, and it's free. To get your free Gold Wealth Boosters report, log on to EagleGoldReport.com. EagleGoldReport.com. That's EagleGoldReport.com.
For 25 years, Applied Mechanical Sales has kept Chicago's commercial buildings warm and running smoothly. From schools and churches to high-rises and hotels, they provide the boilers, water heaters, and exhaust systems that contractors and engineers count on. Whether it's a replacement project or a new construction, Applied Mechanical helps you select the right equipment, standard or high efficiency, for your specific application. What sets them apart? They match the right Camas equipment to your building's exact needs, so it performs flawlessly through Chicago winters for the next 15 to 20 years. And they don't disappear after installation. Applied Mechanical ensures your systems run at peak efficiency year after year. Are you a degreed mechanical engineer looking to lead a growing sales team? They'd love to talk to you. Schedule a site visit and boiler assessment at appliedmechanicalsales.com. That's appliedmechanicalsales.com.
Platform safety is critical at your commercial and industrial facility. Keeping people safe and meeting OSHA requirements isn't optional. That's why Vans Industrial offers free platform inspections by professional structural engineers who know exactly what to look for. Problems with platforms, ladders, or stairs can lead to costly fines or worse. Vans Industrial helps you meet OSHA standards to protect people in your facility.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. With decades of experience, I bring long-standing industry knowledge from inspecting, correcting, and replacing countless platforms to make facilities safer. Vans Industrial is a specialty contractor equipped to modify or replace steel catwalks, handrails, stairways, and ladders. Our union building trades professionals fabricate and install high-quality steel systems that create safer work environments.
Call 833-VANS-IND for a free platform inspection by professional structural engineers. See what else we can do for you. Visit vansindustrial.com. That's VANS Industrial.com.
All right, Veto, you best be letting me in and having a look around.
Officer Murphy, hello. Yeah, this is Vito's Vault. We're definitely not a dinner theater speakeasy, where you can get dinner, drinks, and an amazing musical comedy show, plus free parking, all for one low price.
Oh, that's too bad. I was going to bring me dear sweet mother to see your show.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
Vito's Vault, Chicago's new Roaring Twenties dinner theater speakeasy. For tickets, go to vitosvault.com.
Alex Marlo explains the thought process.
This is the whole thing, is they regard those that enforce our federal law as lawless. This is the gaslighting the Democrats do. They tell you that the people who are tasked with enforcing some of our most important laws, our immigration and custom laws, those are the ones who are violating the law. The lying is just at a whole new level at this moment in Donald Trump's administration.
The Alex Marlo Show, afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's April 2nd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. It's National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day, a staple of kids at lunch and some adults too, although now outlawed at many schools because of kids with peanut allergies. The leader of the Catholic Church, Pope John Paul II, died on this day in 2005. Elected in 1978, he was the first non-Italian pope since the 16th century. He was also the most traveled pontiff in history, clocking more than 750,000 miles around the globe. Also on this day, in 1917, two events at our nation's capital. Jeanette Rankin, the first woman elected to Congress, takes her seat at the U.S. Capitol as a representative for Montana. President Woodrow Wilson goes to Congress asking to send U.S. troops into battle against Germany. And in 1982, Argentina invades the Falkland Islands, a British colony since 1892 that Great Britain took back 2 months later. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-founders of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Here are some of the testimonials of Virago users.
Hello, my name is Jim Thompson. I started taking Virago about 1.5 years ago. I was diagnosed with a heart condition. In fact, I was at the Cleveland Clinic applying for one of their trials. The bad news is that I was not accepted for the trial. The good news is that my heart was healthier than they wanted, and I believe that's a result of taking Virago. I can also attest that I have not had the flu or COVID since I started taking Virago. I can definitely attest to my satisfaction with staying healthy by taking Virago every day.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com.
And use promo code IMMUNE to get 30% off.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
Only a few short months ago, you heard silver was up 40%. Well, silver is now up over 260%. Fox Valley Coins saw it coming, and they're ready to help. Unlike dealers that only buy or only sell, Fox Valley Coins does both. No middleman. That means you get the best deal on the dollar. Selling? Fox Valley Coins pays top dollar for rare coins, scrap gold and silver, bars, proof sets, and entire collections of any size, going through every item right in front of you. Cash, check, or wire transfer. Buying? Fox Valley Coins carries all major gold, silver, and platinum physical products. Complete discretion. Your business stays your business. Fox Valley Coins, family-owned integrity since 1981 on Route 59, one light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Fox Valley Coins. Buy smart, sell smart.
And now, it's time for the Cat's Corner.
We need more common sense in Washington. Running a country is like running a business. Well, our current president, President Trump, knows how to run a business, and guess what? He's running a country like that. He makes common sense decisions. If we're going to send money to the Ukraine to help them, why not have the mineral rights? Why not have the oil rights on some of the other countries? Let's have common sense. We want our country, the United States of America, to be number one. Last week, criticized Iran for attacking its neighbors because some of their neighbors are also China's partners. But what President Trump, as a businessman, has done is unify the Arab world, unify Europe. Finally, no major wars in the future. Let's have common sense and have common sense prevail. I'm John Katzmatidis, and that's your Cat's Corner.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom.
You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrossComPublicAdjusters.com.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Your financial future deserves more than just a financial strategy. It deserves a dedicated resource. Meet Michelle Ashute with West Point Financial Group, a Mass Mutual firm. With almost 2 decades of experience, Michelle builds lifelong relationships, guiding families through legacy strategies, from grandparents down to grandkids, helping people secure their financial independence. Michelle Ashute is focused on needs, not just numbers, and that means retirement planning, life insurance, and estate planning strategies. Whether preparing for college, retirement, or protecting your business, Michelle's needs-based approach helps you prepare for life's biggest moments. Start building your financial future today. Call Michelle at 224-499-3665. That's 224-499-3665. Michelle Ashute of West Point Financial Group, helping you earn, learn, and secure your tomorrow. Local firms are sales offices of Massachusetts Mutual Life Insurance Company. Mass Mutual, Springfield, Massachusetts, 01111-001, and are not subsidiaries of Mass Mutual or its affiliated companies. Michelle Ashute is a registered representative of and offers securities through MML Investor Services, LLC, member SIPC. Supervisory office located at 30 South Wacker Drive, Suite 2700, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Let me ask you something. Does your garage floor look bad? Covered in salt, cracked, or stained from the winter's brutal blast? Well, I've got a fix for you so you can start enjoying your garage this spring. Contact my good friends at Level 10 Coatings. Level 10 brought my garage floor from dirty and gross to showroom, shiny new in just one day. Level 10 Coatings can do the same for you. A quick and easy fix, permanent durable solution. Guaranteed to never chip or peel. Get it done now so you can enjoy your garage this spring and summer. Schedule your free quote today and mention me, Amy, for $500 off. Visit level10coatings.com. That's level, the number 10, coatings.com. Level10coatings.com or call 855-510-2628. Again, that's 855-510-2628. Level 10 Coatings, your premier concrete coating experts.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrossComPublicAdjusters.com.
Hey AM 560 listeners, Jeff checking in again from JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
What I learned serving our great nation in the military is that every mission is unique and success starts with listening. For nearly 20 years, our veteran-led house buying team has taken the time to understand what matters most to each homeowner we serve. Every home has a story, and every seller has different needs. Whether you want a quick closing or need extra time to find your next place, we customize our approach around what works best for you. That's how we've earned hundreds of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the BBB, by putting relationships first. No repairs needed, no cleanout required, and you pick the closing date that works best for your schedule. At JeffBuysYourHouse.com, we're here to help you through the entire transition, not just the transaction. Are you ready to work with a local team that takes the time to understand your home selling needs? Sell your house to the trusted source by calling us today at 630-895-9530. That's 630-895-9530 or JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
You need to be tuning into the Retirement Success Blueprint with Michael Stewart, the radio companion to the Amazon best-selling book, Success Blueprint, How to Build the Retirement You Deserve. Each week, Michael shares strategies designed to help reduce market risk through income-generating investments that can provide steady returns. Because if you can avoid a big loss, you don't need to take big risks. Catch the Retirement Success Blueprint with Michael Stewart, Saturday mornings at 10, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Sean Thompson. One of the things I remember about spring is listening to my grandfather walk around and say, opening day, it's just around the corner. He used to think those were the two sweetest words you could say during springtime because he was a big baseball fan. And for most people, that's the case. It's one of the greatest American traditions each spring. But there's another great American tradition that isn't far off, and that's called Tax Day. Well, opening day and Tax Day show up around the same time each year. We don't look at them in the same way. Well, you're optimistic about your favorite team. When's the last time you felt optimistic about stroking a big check to Uncle Sam? It doesn't have to be that way, and all you have to do is call Tom Fortino, the people at Alpha Wealth Group, who believe that baseball is a seasonal game, but tax planning goes on year-round. So if you don't want to write a big check in your retirement, and you don't want to have your Social Security or Medicare premiums affected by it, call Tom Fortino and the people at Alpha Wealth Group for their complimentary retirement roadmap. Call them at 630-864-6711. That number again is 630-864-6711 or online at alphawealthgroup.com.
What happens when a school is truly built around teenage girls? Their growth, their confidence, their faith, their future? You get bold young women who lead without hesitation, speak without fear, and discover exactly who they're meant to be. Rosary College Prep in Aurora is the only all-girls college prep high school in the western suburbs, and we've been doing this since 1962. We know how girls learn best. That's why our students thrive in STEM, the arts, and leadership at remarkable rates, even earning AP Platinum status from the College Board. At Rosary, your daughter won't just be educated. She'll be seen, challenged, and supported every single day. Girls here collaborate, inspire each other, and grow grounded in faith and driven by purpose. Come see it for yourself. Schedule a personal tour at rosaryprep.org. That's rosaryprep.org.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be mostly cloudy, breezy, and significantly colder with some rain showers. The high temperature will reach 42. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with continued breezy conditions, along with a few showers and the possibility of a thunderstorm. Watch out for ponding on streets and highways. The low temperature will be 39. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So your reaction to President Trump's national address last evening on the hostilities in Iran, saying essentially what he was saying in the lead up. I don't think what we discussed yesterday previewing the speech turned out to be very different from what we actually received from the president. The objectives, as you've heard from Rubio in the previous couple of days as well, We're nearing completion of the objectives. We should have those objectives buttoned down in the very near term. And you heard the president provide some distance between the United States and the responsibilities other countries have to act in their interests, most notably with respect to the Strait of Hormuz. And this was President Trump's message on that.
We're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it. Protect it. Use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up.
Yeah, and, this will all happen by spontaneous order. Well, I mean, not exactly, but it is worth noting, per this go take it, he's not suggesting that the Gulf states and Western Europe doing anything illicit. Just to remember the foundation here, what Iran is doing in terrorizing maritime traffic, attacking commercial ships, is a violation of international law. So they are in violation of international law. And what he's essentially saying is, we'll help, but you're going to take the lead when it comes to serving your interests, because it's primarily your interests that are at stake, much less so our interests. And by the way, this is not lost on some of the Gulf states, starting with UAE yesterday, as we discussed with a little bit more detail. They're preparing to help the U.S. and other allies open the strait by force, would make the Emiratis the first Persian Gulf country to become an actual combatant, and they have taken unfriendly fire from Iran. Emirati diplomats have urged the U.S. and military powers in Europe and Asia to form a coalition to open the strait by force, adding that the Iranian regime thinks it is fighting for its existence is willing to bring the global economy down with it in a chokehold on the strait. Well, when Trump declares the war officially over, whether the Iranians assent or not, and that's the point at which politicians like heads of state like two-tier Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron have said they would enter. Well, either you can buy from the U.S. or you can go open up the strait. And you've got willing partners in some of those Gulf states. So get to it, and we'll assist, but we want to see some proof up from you. That's essentially what he said. 312-642-5600 to give us a call or text. And they're still working on a deal, he added. Negotiations in some form or fashion still are going on, he suggested. And if that doesn't bear fruit, well, then the lights go out.
Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding.
The other thing he did not say, he did not address Karg Island. There has been calls from UAE and others for the U.S. to occupy Karg Island and other islands, including Abu Musa, which has been held for Iran for half century and is actually claimed by UAE in order to facilitate the opening of the strait. There was no tackling of that topic, and certainly no suggestion that he would do that. What I hear from President Trump is a slow, relatively slow. This is all happening on an unbelievably compressed timeline, as he laid out in comparing this military campaign or war to previous wars, even of recent vintage. But what I'm hearing is a withdrawal. We're not going to stay for the purpose of actually taking possession of the enriched uranium. We are not going to stay to open the strait. We are not going to stay to affect regime change in such a way that we get somebody that we can actually work with. I'm not so sold on his characterization on what's left of the previous regime as being, professionals rather than radical Shia clerics at this point. We're going to take a step back and sort of recede into the background, and this is where other players have to make their way to the foreground with respect to opening the strait and maintaining the free flow of maritime traffic, with respect to affecting regime change, and that would include the Iranian people. And the only thing he said about the nuclear program, because, of course, this is the top-line promise that Iran will not obtain a nuclear weapon on President Trump's watch, is that the enriched uranium is being closely monitored. And if we see anybody even, looking jealously at that material, then we'll open up on them again. So now, again, these are publicly stated positions. It doesn't mean that there may not be some misdirection there. He obviously understands that the mullahs are watching and listening. So it doesn't mean that at the end of the day, in the next 3 weeks, there aren't special forces operations to obtain that material. That there isn't a more aggressive posture with respect to regime change, facilitating whatever revolt may be bubbling below the fold on the ground in Iran. And it doesn't even mean that they won't do more to help those Gulf states, if UAE is going to take the lead, open up the strait, including occupation, temporary or maybe medium term, of Karg Island, Abu Masa. So, there's what he stated, but you always have to hesitate and say, don't take that as gospel verse, because as this multivariate equation continues to work towards solution over the next 3 weeks, there may be opportunities that present themselves. There may be challenges that, whether foreseen or unforeseen, crop up and have to be dealt with. This is still a very complicated matter. 312-642-5600. We'll take your calls with comments on the president's remarks after we check the headlines.
Good morning, 38 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the QC Kinetics newsroom. Scattered showers and storms today, high of 67. President Trump says Operation Epic Fury a success. While addressing the nation last night, Trump said Iran has been decimated militarily and economically.
We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their border.
That is, Trump airstrikes continued overnight in Iran. South Suburban Lansing police say they have a problem with toy guns. Authorities say teens are using gel guns, part of a social media game, causing panic and a rise in 911 calls. The concern is that someone could mistake the situation for a real threat. Gel guns shoot small water-filled pellets and are often compared to BB guns. And the White Sox home opener pushed back a day due to heavy rain in today's forecast. The Sox game against the Blue Jays was set for today. All tickets issued will be honored on Friday at Rate Field. Chance the Rapper will throw out the ceremonial first pitch. The game is set to start at 1:10 on Friday. This report sponsored by Jewel Osco. Ham it up with Jewel Osco's hot deals. Get Cook's or Hormel spiral sliced hams just 99 cents a pound. Plus Cook's smoked shank portion hams, only 69 cents a pound. All hams are limit one with $25 purchase. A check of your weather coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
If you listen to the mainstream media and the Democrats, you'd think it was a sin to be black and conservative. Well, John Anthony blows up that perception every week on Black and Right. Join John this Saturday afternoon at 4 when he pushes back against the left and its regressive, progressive agenda that tries to dictate how people should think or feel about politics. Listen to Black and Right this Saturday afternoon at 4, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, sorry to hear your mom passed away.
Thanks.
A lot of work to do settling her assets?
Actually, she prepared a living trust. Makes this process simple.
Yeah, I set up a will for my kids. Should make it easy.
Well, unless your assets are small, your kids will have to go to court to settle your will.
So, where do I get a living trust?
Nauman & Associates. They prepare wills and trusts for a flat fee. No surprises.
Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village?
That's right. NALawGroup.com. Call 847-593-8777.
When your money gets tight, you have to make some tough choices. Do you pay the mortgage, pay the credit cards, or pay the IRS? For lots of people, taxes get pushed aside until the letters start, then the threats, then the action, bank levies, wage garnishments. You can stop worrying. The IRS is offering new opportunities to help you resolve your back taxes, and Guardian Tax knows how it all works. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you may qualify to reduce your total tax debt by a very significant amount, even if you're years behind on filing. But timing matters, and so does who you trust. Guardian Tax knows the system and how to work it in your favor. They step in, deal with the IRS directly, and fight to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. In today's economy, you can't afford to lose more. Call Guardian Tax now for a free confidential consultation. 800-404-6851. 800-404-6851. Don't wait for the IRS to make the next move. Make yours first. Call now. 800-404-6851.
We work a lifetime to build a legacy for our families. But the most enduring gift you can give them is the peace of mind you provide when they need it most. When you pre-plan your arrangements at Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago, you replace the weight of uncertainty with the gift of clarity. Secure today's costs and protect your family from making emotional and financial decisions at the time of need. It's a final act of love they'll never forget. Visit CatholicCemeteryChicago.org or call 708-236-5407.
File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then they help you do more with it. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be mostly cloudy, breezy, and much colder with a bit of rain. The high will reach 42 degrees. Tonight, expect cloudy skies and breezy conditions with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm possible. There is a chance of ponding on streets and highways with a low of 39 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, talking about Trump's address to the nation on Iran yesterday. And he was spent a good deal of time talking about the successes on the battlefield because they have been substantial. I think it's very difficult to be unimpressed with what the military has done over the last 4 weeks and how efficiently they've done it. That doesn't mean Trump has forgotten the price that has been paid, the ultimate price by 13, of course. He honored the fallen while thanking our allies, Gulf state allies.
Been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent children from ever face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I have traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families.
312-642-5600 to give us a call or text. Tony, Downers Grove.
Hey, Dan. So Trump uses a lot of superlatives, always, and that's part of his problem when he does things like giving a national speech. But while I'm impressed with what the military's done, if they don't get the uranium, if they don't make sure that the Strait of Hormuz is open without being threatened with being closed again, this is a failure. And it's not about oil, right? But Trump says we're going to take their oil. You know what? I don't want to see a repeat of 1953, where in 15 years we're going to have another crap show on our hands. So I'm not impressed by what Trump said at all yesterday, and I'm not convinced. He's like the salesman that asked the sales guy, that Jones account, that's going to close this week, right? Yeah, it's closed, 99%. And the next week, hey, that Jones account, it's going to close, right? 99%. Yeah, it's going to close. You can only do that for so long.
Yeah, well, thanks for the call, Tony. I mean, the demand for a permanency is a bit unrealistic, isn't it? I mention this phrase routinely because it has such applicability. Edwin Follner, the founder of Heritage Foundation, used to use it all the time. Political victories and political defeats are both temporary. And to some extent, you can say that about military victories and military defeats, too, because there's a political component to them. You want a permanent political victory? You want to nuke Iran? I mean, how far do you want to take it? The objectives that were set forth: destroy their military, essentially their Air Force, their Navy, the nuclear sites, their defense industrial complex. And if you can get regime change, I mean, they didn't quite put it this way. And this whole, we have regime change because most of the old regime is dead. Yeah, but I mean, it's still the same disposition. The people who are left, who are ostensibly in charge, however precariously, are of the same orientation. Regime change means not just personnel, but a change in attitude. So I think they're being a little cute. I don't particularly like that. So on that score, but the other conversation over the last 4 weeks has been about providing an opening for the Iranian people's self-determination. And then with respect to the Strait, you also heard Marco Rubio over the weekend. Earlier this week, I should say, on Hannity and Al Jazeera, the Strait is going to be opened. One way or the other, the Strait is going to be opened. And so, yes, that will happen. Does that mean there perhaps won't be incidents in the Strait once the United States, formally sort of declares that the hostilities have ended one way or the other, perhaps after turning out the lights and Tehran, as Trump suggested, to give them a little incentive to negotiate with a little bit more alacrity. But the problem Trump does have, which Tony is sort of pointing up, or the potential pitfall here, is yes, you leave problems in the Strait persist. Iran continues to be a problem child in the region. They're able to strike, maybe even sink a tanker. The popular revolt doesn't come, and the new crop of Islamofascists say, we waited out the great Satan, now we rebuild and we'll be stronger than ever, and so on and so forth. And it becomes sort of a, did we really accomplish anything? And I think you have to look and say, well, if they are unable to project power outside their borders for the next 15 or 20 years, that is not nothing. The securing of the enriched uranium that they have, yeah, I think that that would be ideal. Is it integral to staying? Is that something that may be afoot over the next 2 or 3 weeks, as I said, but something obviously that Trump is not going to disclose in a national address? We're going to do a special forces op to obtain their enriched uranium, or to confirm that their nuclear facilities have been decimated, or to ensure that their most secure nuclear facility is indeed taken offline, Pickaxe Mountain. So I think there's some things that you don't want to get too far over your skis in decreeing based on what Trump said yesterday, because you've still got a couple 3 weeks, maybe at least. That's, not a sort of a timeline that's written on tablets. It could change based on the circumstances on the ground, of course. The commander-in-chief retains the right to alter his course of action. But I think the idea of suggesting, as I mentioned before, that we're taking a half a step back and we'd like to see some people take a half a step forward, and you are seeing some people take a half a step forward, led by the Gulf states, unfortunately not Western Europe. I think there's some optimism that should be attached to that. Ray in Barrington.
Yeah, good morning. Dan, you're always a leader on talking about the messaging, and unfortunately, the first caller talking about 99% chance of closing down was right on the Straits. That's a big deal, and everything you said is logical, rational, military accomplishments, phenomenal. He said retaking the Straits will be easy. Well, if it's so easy, let's do it this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's Trump, thanks for the call, Ray. He's going to solve the Russia-Ukraine war in a day, in an afternoon, as he said on the campaign trail, or words to that effect. It would be a slam dunk. It would have never happened, perhaps, probably, maybe even. But it did, and I get in there, and I'm going to resolve that post-haste. Well, here we are with the situation in Eastern Europe. And yes, we could do it, snap our fingers and do it, but we're not going to do it now because we want people to step up who have a more immediate interest than we do, because we're energy independent. Okay, well, so, there's brinkmanship, there's gamesmanship, there's rhetorical repositioning, shall we say, based on political timelines that Trump would like to abide, I think. But I hear you. I mean, I'm not just because I think if you are really paying attention, the objectives have been stated clearly and the updates have been provided regularly, and there is a coherence to this policy, doesn't mean Trump's extemporaneous speaking hasn't at times confused some of the issues. I certainly understand that point. Harry in Ravenswood.
Hi, how you doing? I don't think there's anything extemporaneous about the president's speech this evening. I think that
well, that wasn't because it was prepared, yeah. But I'm talking about what he said over the last 4 weeks intermittently. Yeah.
Okay, fine. I just wanted to say that thinking about it, so I thought it was interesting. It was a 20-minute speech. He said what he had to say. His message is clear. And the goals that have been set out in advance, letting us all know what needs to be accomplished in Iran. He's not sending any signals other than here's the message, here's what needs to be done. This is what's going to be done. And what I found most interesting, which is the reason I decided to call in this morning, was I was speaking with some friends of mine, and I recognize this may be a little bit not off topic, but people were asking me why now? Why April 1? What's the timing on this speech? And I had to think about it, and I had to talk with some friends about it. And then what occurred within the context of the Middle East and Iran and imposing their tyrannical will over the Middle East and the damage they've done to the United States over the last 47 years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It all seemed to come together that April 1, which is in the Jewish Israeli tradition, the Bible, is Passover, and that's the liberation of the Israelites from Egypt and the biblical foundation of Judea. It's also biblically the Last Supper. Jesus presided over a Pesach or a dinner, which is traditional within the Jewish religion.
Okay.
Before he was taken out by the Romans, and I truly think that our president, who's very religious, and he was sending a message intentionally that that our position going forward, we're not going to give any quarter. This is going to be accomplished, and it's going to be accomplished within whatever time frame needs to be accomplished, and he's sending a message to Iran and the rest of the world that we're on target and we will prevail. And
okay.
That's what I wanted to share this morning.
Okay. Thank you, Harry. I appreciate the call. I mean, we're also, just for something that's less intricate, we're also 4 weeks into a campaign that he suggested would be sort of a 4 to 6 week program. So, and because there is, there is more consternation, and there have been market disruptions, both the oil market and, of course, correspondingly the stock market. I think he wanted to provide an updated horizon on when this excursion, as he has termed it, will be done within a reasonable range, and restate that the good times will roll shortly thereafter, which he did last night. Greg in Rogers Park.
Hi, Dan. Happy Easter to you and your family. I got a question for you. Up here in Chicago, with all the news, including WTTW, everything is the sky is falling, Trump is horrible, every report is condescending, no praise for our troops. You know, everything's awful. There's no balance like what you do every morning with the situation. What is the news like wherever you're at in Florida, compared and contrast to Chicago with the analysis of the war in Iran and Trump?
That's an interesting question. Thanks for the call, Greg. It's like the local affiliate news isn't much better. I mean, it really isn't very good almost anywhere you go. And in smaller markets, it has sort of the feel of like a college news station. I would say it is less overtly partisan. But they all, the people in that industry still come from a certain cut. So I don't think they're allowed. I don't think they can be as aggressive as they are in places like Chicago or New York, perhaps. But I mean, it's not like it's a thoughtful. It's not like it's thoughtful, textured conservative programming. the appointment of network affiliate news. No, so. It's not exactly the first place I go, no matter where I am, for enlightenment. John in Libertyville.
Hey, Dan, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say that I'm pretty disappointed with the speech last night. I find it hard to believe anything that Trump says anymore, though I'm glad he seems like he's taking an off-ramp. I don't know whether I should trust it. While we are energy independent, 20% of the world's oil comes from the Strait of Hormuz, and it still affects the prices. Last night, the oil went up $7 a barrel.
Yeah, no, I know the futures are way down after his speech. There's no question. But go ahead.
And then one other point is that I really don't agree with bombing the electrical grid or their generators or their oil infrastructure. If we want to win over the Iranian people and have them take over their country, how is that going to help us in doing that?
Thanks for the call, John. Mark in Valpo.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Zelensky has visited those Gulf states in the same way that they shut down the Black Sea, the Russians did, is very similar to the same thing that Iran's doing. So the Gulf states are currently coming up with a plan to open that, and they're actually getting advice from Zelensky and what he had to do to get the grain out of the Black Sea.
Thanks for the call, Mark. I mean, I don't know if they're getting advice and counsel from Zelensky. I think those OPEC nations have a pretty good handle on that industry, since it's their lifeblood. And as I mentioned, the reporting on UAE really taking the lead here and perhaps entering this fray formally, but taking the lead with the desire for the U.S. to be a partner or at least a backstop. That's pretty clear. Phil, Maryville.
Morning. Two quick questions. One, since majority of people in Iran can't stand that regime, why aren't we arming them? And two, the way the oil market is these days, with the U.S. being so huge with it, why don't we have two separate markets to trade? Because these markets operate off fair. If we had two markets to trade, it would maybe level it out, and it wouldn't be all off fair trading.
All right, thanks for the call, Phil. I mean, in terms of arming the Iranians, I mean, it's a fair question. I mean, it's not clear to me that we know who to arm. It's not clear to me that there has been, certainly it hasn't been reported, and we've talked to Stephen Bucci and other experts about this too, like a defined resistance movement with some sort of leadership structure that you can say, okay, we're going to bet on this organization. And perhaps there's a little more culling of the Revolutionary Guard to be done over the next 2 or 3 weeks to provide more opportunity for some sort of spontaneous order when it comes to an actual popular revolt. Robert, Bloomingdale.
Good morning. There's always option number 3. The Europeans come in, pay the toll at the Strait of Hormuz, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, we pull out, and the Gulf Cooperation Council pays reparations to Iran. If we pull out of there, Iran is going to demand reparations for this war. We're not going to pay it, but those guys don't really have a choice. And the Europeans are definitely going to pay just to get the oil because it's cheaper, way cheaper than a war. $2 million toll on a ship is way cheaper than a war.
Thanks for the call, Robert. All right, coming up at 6:06, we'll turn our attention to birthright citizenship before the High Court. It's now 6 o'clock at AM 560 WIND Chicago.
This is a Fox News alert. Iran no longer a threat. I'm Chris Foster. That's President Trump's message during an address about the military operation in Iran.
They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer.
He says the job's almost done.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Fox's Mike Emanuel in Washington.
The president also signaling he could end U.S. military operations without reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it.
The president says Iran wants a ceasefire. A spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry saying, quote, "We will not tolerate this vicious cycle of war, negotiation, ceasefire," and then repeating the same pattern.
European leaders are meeting virtually today about keeping the Strait of Hormuz open to oil shipping traffic. Oil prices are up more than 7% today. The Senate could take up a revived plan as soon as this morning to end the partial government shutdown.
House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune say each chamber will take a two-step approach to end the funding lapse for the Department of Homeland Security. The plan, detailed in a joint statement from the two leaders, would advance most of DHS funding through a spending plan already agreed to in the Senate. Spending for immigration and border enforcement would be handled in a parallel bill using a budget tool to get around Senate filibuster rules. It would not include the reforms to ICE sought by Democrats. Still, success is not guaranteed. Both paths would likely require near unanimous support from Republicans without votes from many Democrats. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Democrats in Congress and state governors are suing to block President Trump's order attempting to limit mail-in voting in the midterm elections. It would create an approved list of absentee voters in each state. And the suit says the order illegally interferes in the state's power to regulate elections. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 38 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the QC Kinetics newsroom. A foggy start this morning. Strong storms this afternoon. Some could be severe, a high of 67. 3 people shot, including an 8-year-old girl at a shopping center on the south side. This happened just before 5 o'clock yesterday in the Lake Meadow Shopping Center on East 35th and South King Drive. A dark-colored SUV drove up, opened fire. All people taken to the hospital, and all are in good condition this morning. Police still investigating. Nobody injured after a fire damaged several homes in Chicago's Lawndale neighborhood early this morning. The fire broke out in the 800 block of South Kedville Avenue at Arlington. Flames spread to neighboring homes. Again, nobody was hurt. Authorities investigating after a teen was killed in a shooting on the south side. Police say an 18-year-old inside a business yesterday in the 6600 block of South Wentworth Avenue when 4 armed men exited a vehicle and fired shots. The victim was hit multiple times, pronounced dead at the hospital. No arrests have been made. The CEO of the now shuttered West Suburban Medical Center in Oak Park planning to reopen the hospital this summer. Dr. Mano Prasad said he was forced to close the hospital last week because of billing problems, leaving the hospital unable to collect payments for about a year. He says a team of people working to retrieve funding for 120,000 claims. While standing alongside the CEO, State Rep LaShawn Ford expressing doubt, saying he isn't confident yet that the hospital will reopen this summer. Chicago Mayor Johnson says he's demoting the Chicago Housing Authority board chairman. He claims Matthew Brewer revolted against him last month by installing a new CEO. Mayor Johnson believes the process of appointing Keith Pettigrew to be the next leader of CHA violated state law. Now, the mayor named board member Joanza Malone to succeed Brewer as chair. Brewer says he's refusing to step down as chairman because the post comes from the CHA board and not the mayor. News is a service of American Beam and Steel, structural repair licensed contractors for your home and business. Search for American Beam and Steel online to schedule your consultation directly with the owner, Mark. American Beam and Steel. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Catch more money with leading economist Steve Moore.
I'm excited about America. I think things are going really well. I think we've turned a corner here. I think Biden economics is well behind us now. This is a miracle what's going on here. If anything, it's better than I thought it would be. So many good things happening in the economy. Low inflation, low unemployment rate, consumer confidence up, business confidence up. All of the indicators are pointing north right now.
It's More Money, Saturday at 3 on AM 560. The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
If your investments are in a 401k or an IRA, then listen carefully. You spent 30, maybe 40 years building your retirement. The question is, are you about to watch it take a hit you can't recover from? Military escalation in Iran, tariffs and legal chaos, the U.S. dollar under pressure it hasn't seen in years. History is clear. When this much uncertainty hits at once, the investors who moved into gold and silver first came out ahead. Right now, Advantage Gold is offering a free gold investment kit and a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's powerful new book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000. Thousands of Americans have already rolled over a portion of their 401k or IRA into physical gold and silver, completely tax and penalty free through Advantage Gold. Don't wait for the next surge to wish you had moved sooner. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
For years, I've talked about Relief Factor. You've heard stories about the people who finally found real relief after trying the 3-week quick start. I'm one of those stories. My pain had become so bad that I was starting to believe that my best days were behind me. This was like 10 years ago. Relief was not in the picture until I tried Relief Factor. They are always striving to help people get out and stay out of pain. And remarkably, Relief Factor has made their already trusted formula even better. They've added premium black pepper extract because apparently that helps your body absorb the high-quality key ingredients more efficiently. So in simple terms, it helps your body get even more benefit from what you're already taking. And that matters. If you're going to take something daily, you want your body actually using as much of it as possible. So if you've been listening to me talk about Relief Factor for a while, this is your moment. Or if you're already taking it, you're now going to get the enhanced formula designed to work even smarter. Start with a 3-week quick start. It's $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. How will it feel to be out of pain? relieffactor.com.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a 5th-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Looks like we have some flooding in the right lane on Lakeshore Drive, northbound just before Roosevelt Road, so watch out for that. And then a crash on the Jane Addams westbound on the exit ramp for Lee Street. Now, we are doing good on the Edens, 15 both ways from Lake Cook to Montrose. We've got 19 in, 25 out on the Kennedy from O'Hare to the Burn Interchange. Outbound, watch out for a crash at Foster Avenue. The left lane is blocked. 14 minutes both ways on the Ike from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 27 in, 24 out on the Stevenson from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore, and 17 in on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange. Outbound is 12. This report is a service of the AM 560 mobile app. Listen to AM 560 on your smartphone or mobile device when you download the AM 560 mobile app at 560theanswer.com/mobile. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Airright Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will be mostly cloudy, breezy, and significantly colder with some rain showers. The high temperature will reach 42. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with continued breezy conditions, along with a few showers and the possibility of a thunderstorm. Watch out for ponding on streets and highways. The low temperature will be 39. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering 24/7 security solutions for homes and businesses. Call them today at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Of course, I want to get to the oral arguments on the Birthright citizenship case. That occurred yesterday before the Supreme Court, as we previewed with Georgetown Law Professor Randy Barnett yesterday. But first, a decision the Supreme Court handed down earlier this week, which was a great victory for free speech and free thought. This Colorado ban on conversion therapy. By the way, Illinois is one of about a dozen states that also ban conversion therapy. I mean, Illinois banned it like a decade ago. Kaylee Childs is a licensed counselor who offers talk therapy. She told justices she is a Christian who believes clients can accept the bodies that God has given them and find peace. But Colorado law, at least until Tuesday, prohibits counselors from trying to change the sexual behaviors or gender expressions of a client who is a minor. The state law explicitly permits assistance to a person undergoing a gender transition. You can help them do it, but you can't try to talk them out of it. Perfect illustration of leftism. She lost her case at the appellate court level, Kaylee Childs. And remember, this is the state that also gave you the Masterpiece cake shop saga. We've talked to the principal there. Remember the gentleman who was attacked by his own government for refusing to bake cakes with a particular political message that ran afoul of his personal religious beliefs. And he was set up time and again by LGBTQIA2S++++++++++ goons, and that's what they are. When you attack somebody's business to punish them, attempt to punish them for not agreeing with you, what do you call that? For not complying, folding in with your viewpoints. It's thuggery. And so he's happy to. I'm happy to bake a cake for a gay person, but I won't do a wedding cake. You remember. So we're back in Colorado. It's the same situation. Gorsuch, writing for the majority, the spoken word is perhaps the quintessential form of protected speech, and that is exactly the kind of expression in which Ms. Childs seeks to engage. A chat with her client doesn't, quote, become conduct just because the state may call it that. And the fact the law targets only licensed healthcare professionals like Ms. Childs changes nothing. Gorsuch argued that the law essentially functions as state control of what she may say, the therapist in question, threatening therapists with fines, probation, and the loss of their license simply for expressing a particular view. The First Amendment, wrote Gorsuch, quote, stands as a shield against any effort to enforce orthodoxy in thought or speech, which, of course, that runs completely afoul of the demands for compulsory unification of opinion, to borrow from Justice Robert Jackson in the West Virginia v. Barnett case, that the left demands. I can't wait for the political class in Illinois to respond to this, because that ban on conversion therapy on the Illinois statute books, that's going away too. 312-642-5600 to give us a call or text. Oh, by the way, the decision was not 5-4. Conservative court enters the culture war, and all the other ridiculous reporting on this. Not 5-4. 8-1 decision. So that would necessarily include Kagan and Sotomayor, and not, say it with me, KBJ, who's still trying to figure out what a woman actually is. The lone dissenter called the law, or called the practice, conversion therapy, a dangerous therapy modality. Oh, modality. What an intellectual powerhouse you are. A dangerous therapy modality that incidentally involves provider speech. No. 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 And let me do something I never thought I would do. That's why you never say never. Let me turn my time over to Justice Elena Kagan to respond to the argument that KBJ made. In Kagan's response to KBJ, even KBJ's own opinion, when listing laws supposedly put at risk today, offers quite a few examples of this not being a small or even non-existent category, as Jackson argued. Kagan goes on, her view to the contrary rests on reimagining and in that way collapsing the well-settled distinction between viewpoint-based and other content-based speech restrictions. That's a veritable chiding when it comes to a leftist criticizing a leftist. Kagan saying that the Colorado law was so clearly a case of viewpoint discrimination. Quote, the case is textbook. Mike in Littleton, Colorado.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for taking my call. First of all, the fact that as a nation we've allowed all of these seemingly obvious and natural things to become deep legal discussions is an indictment of us all as Americans. I mean, what's next? We start discussing, the great differences between, on a compass, how far east is from west. But where the rubber meets the road, I have family in Colorado. They're not blood family, but I consider them family, whose son he wants to transition out of the blue, right? Go figure. Went to college, came back 2 years later, I want to be a girl. And there's like no legal recourse for these parents. It's going to break them. And this kid has the weight of the state behind him to fund all of this and everything. And it's absolutely decimated the family. The damage to the child is bad enough, but what it's done to the family is absolute evil. And as a society, why it's even a debate is beyond me.
Thanks for the call. Go ahead. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, and by the way, it's 23 states, not 12 states, that have banned conversion therapy. This started when it was focused conversion therapy in people who said they were gay, but didn't want to counsel that they are confused or something like this, and that they didn't want to act on their impulses and so forth. Point is this. This is an important distinction for all of us to remember. You may think that conversion therapy is hokum, or you may think it's substantive. But when it comes to somebody that is just engaging with another person and sharing their views and providing counseling, and that person has sought out this person, is voluntarily participating with this person to receive said counseling, that is what a free people does. I mean, how many times do we have to go through this, that the purpose of the First Amendment is to protect speech you don't like, is to protect people with whom you disagree, obviously. And this is a textbook, Elena Kagan's words, textbook case, which is highlights a couple of things. One, how obvious this is. And two, how thuggish the courts are in Colorado. And again, if you don't think so, just go back and peruse that Jack Phillips case. Well, not case, cases, the saga, attacking this guy and his family, small little operation, trying to put him out of business, end his livelihood and something that he enjoys doing as an artist as well, because he's a Christian. And the courts in Colorado went along with it, as they did here. And it also tells you something about KBJ, which she then confirmed. Well, she confirms every time she opens her mouth, every time we hear her in oral arguments, every time we see a written opinion, it confirms it. I mean, she is the most dim-witted, intellectually feeble justice on that court. And maybe, gosh, you'd have to go back. I'm trying to think of somebody that would even be in her category in my lifetime. You have to really think on that. I mean, it's awful. And you know what? She does, because of her performance now, she deserves all the DEI hire criticism she gets. I'm so glad that Joe Biden infantilized her and turned her into one-dimensional human being by saying, I'm going to nominate a black woman, and here's a black woman. And I don't care where her degrees are from, because those are DEI-addled institutions as well. You know what I care about? Her work product. Just like I do everybody else's. Work product is what distinguishes you, or what doesn't, as in the case of KBJ. She's embarrassing. Wait till you hear some of what she had to say in the Birthright citizenship case. Good grief. George in Naperville.
Jane, you ignorant slut, would have sufficed for a reply to that DEI hire.
All right, George. Glenn in Orlando.
Yeah, Dan, the more I hear Ketanji Brown Jackson talk, the more I understand why Democrats think women are too dumb to get voter ID.
All right, very good, Glenn. Dan Proft, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, AM 560 listeners, Jeff checking in again from JeffBuysYourHouse.com. What I learned serving our great nation in the military is that every mission is unique and success starts with listening. For nearly 20 years, our veteran-led house buying team has taken the time to understand what matters most to each homeowner we serve. Every home has a story, and every seller has different needs. Whether you want a quick closing or need extra time to find your next place, we customize our approach around what works best for you. That's how we've earned hundreds of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the BBB, by putting relationships first. No repairs needed, no cleanout required, and you pick the closing date that works best for your schedule. At JeffBuysYourHouse.com, we're here to help you through the entire transition, not just the transaction. Are you ready to work with a local team that takes the time to understand your home selling needs? Sell your house to the trusted source by calling us today at 630-895-9530. That's 630-895-9530 or jeffbuysyourhouse.com.
Hey, business owners, is your business and money in good hands? Does your bank invest in your success? Hi, Mike Gallagher here, letting you know that when you need a relationship bank, Signature Bank makes commercial banking personal. I love these guys. Not only do they have expansive industry experience, a strong financial track record, but they're also highly capitalized for strategic growth. That's so important. That's why Signature Bank is my bank. They know what it means to grow a business by designing solutions that are right for you and only you. These are real people. They're ready to help. So reach out to my friends at Signature Bank. Make the call today, 773-467-5630, 773-467-5630, or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. That's signaturebank.bank. Your business could be Signature Bank's next success story. Go online, signaturebank.bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Signature Bank.
What's the password? Is this Vito's Vault, where I can get a 5-star dinner and signature cocktails, see an amazing vaudeville-style musical comedy show with the gangsters and the flappers, all for one low price? Yeah? What's the password? I don't know, but I'm here to make a deposit. Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
Vito's Vault, Chicago's new Roaring 20s dinner theater speakeasy. For tickets, go to vitosvault.com.
If you've saved $100,000 or more for retirement, call Steve Shyman today at 833-945-7283. That's 833-WILL-SAVE, 833-WILSAVE. Schedule your no-cost, no-obligation retirement review and make sure your plan is built to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. And don't forget to listen to Steve's show, Protecting Your Assets, Saturday mornings at 8 a.m. right here on AM 560. Call now, 833-945-7283.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com. President Trump is on the cusp of a historic achievement. If the president oversees the toppling of the ruling regime of the Islamic Republic of Iran, his achievements will rank with the greatest of those of any post-World War II president. That's just an objective fact. If you don't understand that fact, you have not been paying attention for more than 40 years. Iran is as evil a regime as exists on the planet. It is run by religious fanatics with a peculiar theology, rooted in end-times eschatology and resistance, up to and especially including martyrdom. It cannot be allowed to have weapons of mass destruction or even an arsenal of conventional weapons sufficient to deter normal regimes from stopping it from obtaining WMD, especially obtaining nuclear weapons. The result needed in the war has not yet been achieved. But if President Trump delivers it, only his critics incapable of basic objectivity will deny the significance of his order to take down the regime that has bedeviled the world for almost a half-century.
AM 560, The Answer.
Take a couple more calls. Candace in Mount Pleasant. Haven't heard from you in a while.
Oh, I know. I've kind of cut out of conservative radio for a while, but I just happened to catch you this morning on the YouTube.
On the YouTube, okay.
What's bothered me most about conservatism and the radio and all that is that they never talk about how shitty the law is. Oh, excuse me. The law. The law is the problem. And nobody wants to address the law. How can you have true freedom in a country if you have these supreme judges who make such decisions? I think that things went away from religion and then the law became our religion. And I'm just not with that. And we also have Black's Dictionary, which has totally different meanings for things that we think are something, and then you look it up and it's completely different. And then there's no education on the law in this country. So if you get in trouble, you're basically going to be bankrupt or put in jail. And I don't really think that's a free country. So.
Well, thanks for the call, Candace. Look, I mean, I've said this many times before that, you know, appeals to authority are fallacious. That's a fallacious line of reasoning. Because it's the law is not the end of a discussion, it's the beginning of a discussion. Okay, what is? And then there's the what should be. And this is where the courts step in and decide what should be based on what is found in the Constitution and what the meaning of those words are, which I get. You know, you're always going to have people try to bastardize them. It's a fight. Always will be. People with different ideas that are going to use artifice to try to get what they want. The political power they want, to impose their will on matters where they want their will imposed, to advance their worldview. This is why what conservative radio doesn't do enough is really get beyond the root for the home team business and talk about first principles and foundational values and where we need to step up when we should step up, even to protect people we don't otherwise like, where we need to resist the temptations to behave in an ends justify the means fashion like the left does, and make ourselves so as to make ourselves distinguishable from them. You know, the whole we could be them, but they couldn't be us, and we should guard that jealously. So yeah, but I mean, in terms of like, you know, the Supreme Court, well, it's not just the Supreme Court. You know, there are layers. But how else would you have matters of disagreement adjudicated? I mean, it's either a court system or it is might makes right on the streets. You don't want the latter. We could do more with respect to the former to impose accountability in the judicial systems, both federal and state. I agree with that. And there are reforms that perhaps should be considered. Quickly, I did want to get this in because he has responded to this controversy, such as it is. Not much of controversy for the Trump administration, but of course this is trying to be whipped into something. The Apache helicopter that stopped by Kid Rock's palazzo there in Tennessee. Kid Rock responded to it. Yeah, hey, they do this all the time. I'm just sitting on my pool deck having my Saturday morning beer, and
man, I was sitting right there just having like kind of Saturday morning beer, and I seen a chopper start coming. I was like, man, it looks like military, and it's not the first time they've flown over my house. They're out of Fort Campbell, which I was there last Thanksgiving with J.D. Vance, and I've talked to some of these pilots, and I've told them, I'm like, you guys see me waving when you come by the house? I'm like, you guys are always welcome to cruise by my house, like anytime. So they just happened to be coming this way, so I walked over here, and I'm like, yeah, hell yeah. And then they circled back around and came out right over here. And so I just, gave them a salute and, kind of a thank you. And, man, it was a level of respect that I got that no award or record sales could ever do. And at the end of the day, if it makes their day a little brighter, for their service to our country, protecting us, I think that's a great thing, especially when I saw yesterday that there was, the No Kings thing going down and there was people flipping them off. I'm like, I don't care what your politics are, but come on, man, if you're flipping our military off, I'm the king of the bird. Like, if you're flipping our military off, you're on the wrong side of things, man. So, at the end of the day, I thought it was harmless. I thought it was really cool. I was very appreciative of them coming by, and I hope they got a good smile and made their day a little bit brighter, too.
Yeah, and a call for an investigation and discipline and this and that, and Hegseth quickly short-circuited that. Trump was asked about it at the Oval Office the other day and offered this.
Army helicopters hovering near Kid Rock's house in Nashville. Did you see that video?
I didn't see it, no, but I'm sure they had a good time.
Well, so the Army has said the crews of these helicopters have been suspended. What do you think of that?
Well, it depends. Well, they probably shouldn't have been doing it. Yes, you're not supposed to be playing games, right? But I'd take a look at it. They like Kid Rock. I like Kid Rock. Maybe they were trying to defend him. I don't know.
The Kid Rock detail. Yeah. So its suspension was not meted out, by the way. As I said, Hegseth made this whole tempest in a teapot go away, as is appropriate. Coming up at 6:36, we'll talk to the Cato Institute's Doug Bondo about Trump's speech last night, get his perspective, sort of libertarian perspective. So I'm sure it's not going to be apple polishing from Doug Bondo. Stay tuned for that. 6:36. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. 38 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the QC Kinetics newsroom. A cool mist this morning, scattered storms today. Some could be severe, highs in the mid-60s. An alert for American citizens in Iraq from the embassy there. They say there are potential threats to U.S. nationals, businesses, universities, hotels, even airports with American-linked interests in Iraq. Now, this comes after President Trump touting the success of the Iran conflict last night in his presidential address. A DePaul University student accused of spitting on ICE agents at O'Hare Airport. Police say Brett Heyer spat on the agent this past weekend while leaving Terminal 2 at O'Hare. The 20-year-old faces a felony charge of aggravated battery to a peace officer. This happened after President Trump decided to send ICE agents to airports across the country to assist with TSA operations. And the Illinois Holocaust Museum mourning the passing of founder and survivor Samuel Harris. Harris died yesterday at the age of 90. Born in Poland, he was one of the youngest known survivors of the Holocaust. Harris serving as museum president until 2009, continuing as president emeritus. News is a service of American Beam and Steel, structural repair licensed contractors for your home and business. Search for American Beam and Steel online to schedule your consultation directly with the owner, Mark. American Beam and Steel. Now check out the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Your home is a valuable asset, and you want to take care of your home. From roofs, siding, windows, and doors to furnaces, flooring, landscaping, and much more. Listen to your go-to for all things home. It's Home Answers Radio every Sunday morning at 9. Sponsored in part by JeffBuysYourHouse.com and by Center Guard Plumbing. Get answers from industry experts so you can make informed decisions about your home improvement. Right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
You know what really keeps me up at night? It's the criminals feel more and more bold. They have no fear of any consequences because there are none. So I did what anyone with a family should do. I called Goldilocks. They're not just some cookie-cutter security company. Goldilocks has been protecting Chicagoland homes and businesses for 4 decades, 40 years. And they actually listen. Their technician comes out to the house. He takes a look at what you need to make your house a smart home with a security system you can monitor from anywhere. It's built specifically for me and my family. Motion sensors, smart locks, cameras, monitoring, all customized. I don't trust anybody in Illinois to protect my family. I do it, and I did it by calling Goldilocks. I trust Goldilocks to keep my house, my property, and my family safe. Tell them Sean Thompson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months free monitoring with any new installation. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. Some high-standing water slowing you down northbound on Lakeshore Drive just before Roosevelt Road. It is passable, but the right lane is blocked. And then watch out for a crash on the Tri-State northbound right by 75th Street. Delays go all the way back to Archer Avenue. 15 both ways on the Edens from Lake Cook to Montrose. 20 in, 23 out on the Kennedy from O'Hare to the Byrne interchange. The traffic signals are flashing red in Oak Park on Harlem Avenue just before the Ike. So that'll slow you down, but once on the Ike, just 15 minutes minutes both ways from Wolf to the old post office, 27 in, 23 out on the Stevenson from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore, 17 in, 12 out on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange. This report is a service of Compassion International. Compassion sponsorship means food, healthcare, education, and most of all, being known, loved, and protected. There are thousands of kids waiting over a year, and their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Text the word radio to 83393. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will be mostly cloudy, breezy, and much colder with a bit of rain. The high will reach 42 degrees. Tonight, expect cloudy skies and breezy conditions with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm possible. There is a chance of ponding on streets and highways with a low of 39 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. President Trump last night in his national address on the state of the war against Iran touted overwhelming victories.
1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing, and America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank
he went on to say that the objectives that we sought to achieve are nearly achieved. Those objectives eliminate Iran's ability to produce a nuclear weapon, demolish its missile and drone forces, and ability to manufacture both, cut off its ability to aid terrorist proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and essentially end its ability to project power and terror outside of its borders. Would real regime change, such that you had a person or persons in charge of Iran that were willing to engage constructively both with their neighbors and the West, would that be ideal? Sure. But is that a stated objective? No. Negotiations are ongoing, said the president. But if they fail, then he's turning out the lights.
Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all. because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But
Victor Davis Hanson, writing on the topic, there will follow a number of geostrategic ripples from even a surviving but disarmed and impoverished theocracy. Radical cuts in arms and money to its terrorist proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis. China and Russia will have lost a client and its baleful influence in the Middle East. The diminution of Iran will instead likely empower the pro-Western Gulf monarchies and small d democratic Israel. For years to come, the threat of nuclear ballistic missiles hitting Europe or eventually the U.S. will be diminished. Someone who is less laudatory of the campaign and the projected results is Doug Bondo. He's a senior fellow at the Cato Institute and a former special assistant to President Reagan. Also, the author of Foreign Follies, America's New Global Empire. Doug, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Happy to be on.
So, respond to the president and the VDH analysis of the geostrategic ripples that will come, whether this regime survives or not, and whether or not this regime, as it's currently constituted, actually lives up to the characterization of the president or not.
Well, it's a nasty regime, but that's hardly surprising and hardly unusual. I mean, we have friends who are nasty. I mean, the Saudi Arabians are a really nasty regime who've killed thousands of people in other countries and are repressive at home. You can kind of go around the world, and some of our friends are as bad in many ways as the Iranians. When you listen to the president, what's important to realize is that everything he says is an exaggeration. This is characteristic of him. It's not just on Iran. But, one can look at an awful lot of, cases of war of mass devastation. I mean, look at Israel in the Six-Day War, for example. There are lots of places in history you can look and say great victories have been achieved. I mean, the U.S. military has behaved extraordinarily well. The challenge here is military success is, in a sense, not what we're after. We're after political success. There's an outcome we want. And the president has achieved none of those outcomes. I mean, he expected to win this in 3 or 4 days. He doesn't mention that in his talk. When he said regime change, he actually talked about the Iranians consulting him on the new leadership. And the tragedy is we have no idea who this new moderate leadership is he's supposedly talking to. The leaders that they have brought forward to replace those killed are actually more radical. We've seen a move to a younger revolutionary generation that's more nationalistic. The son of the father who promoted the supreme leader is not likely to be very happy with us. We killed his father, we killed his wife, we killed, we think, one of his kids. We killed the national security advisor who was viewed as pragmatic, not a moderate. These are nasty people. But the replacement for him was, very radical Islamist. So, and when the president talks about regime change, I mean, the idea is you don't have the revolutionary Islamist regime anymore. If you talk about regime change, it's not just playing, changing pieces on the chessboard. And we're in a far worse situation. They've been bombing all over, the Middle East. They've destroyed natural gas capacity. They've closed the Strait of Hormuz. Energy prices are rising, and we have no answer. And the president is threatening to bomb them more, and they've made very clear, you want to bomb our facilities, we bomb those in the Gulf states. And they can devastate the region. You take out desalinization plants. They don't rely on desalinization plants for clean water for like 2%. That's about it. The Gulf countries, we're talking 40%, 60%, 70% of their water. If the Iranians blow that stuff up, we have a humanitarian crisis throughout the Gulf, which everyone will blame on the U.S. So that this is a very difficult situation. We do need a negotiated settlement. I'm worried the president here is kind of refusing to confront the challenge of the problem he, in fact, has created, which could have been solved, I think, diplomatically before the start.
Well, I mean, whether that regime, as it's currently constituted, and whatever level of Islamofascism is present there, I'm skeptical that there are moderates and professionals that represent whatever constitutes the regime at present. I agree with that. But even if it was to survive, in some form or fashion. The argument is you have decimated not just what they had, but what they have the capacity to build in terms of weaponry. Number two, this is a 15 to 20 year rebuilding project. So you have, as VDH mentioned, diminished Iran for the foreseeable future. And with respect to the Gulf states, I mean, there doesn't seem to be as much concern emanating from them as it is emanating from you vis-a-vis them, including by the illustration of the United Arab Emirates sort of taking the lead to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, willing to enter the fray more deeply, predicated, I think, at least in part, on United States backing. But Iran, it seems to me, has gotten more isolated, and their behavior has brought the Gulf states closer to the West, which is also a good thing.
Well, it's brought the Gulf states both closer and further away from the West. They are very angry the U.S. started this. So they're in a position where they didn't want the U.S. to go to war because they thought they'd be targets. But having been targeted, they'd prefer the U.S. to finish it. But I can assure you, if you went and asked them what happens if the Iranians blow up your desalination plants, they would freak, because it would be absolutely devastating. The reason they haven't declared war and sent their planes in, but UAE has more aircraft, I think, than Great Britain, like fighter aircraft. They have not gotten involved because they understand to do that would, in fact, kind of open it up where the Iranians would really let loose in terms of their civilian infrastructure. This is a very carefully calculated game of everybody's trying to decide how much you kind of increase. The Iranians are bad, but they were never going to attack America. They'd be destroyed. They know that. They're evil. They're not stupid. We deal with that all the time. The North Koreans are busy not only with nuclear weapons, which they have, but building ICBMs. The Iranians are never close to that. They're not building ICBMs. Their focus is local and regional. And we had negotiations going on where we're told by the Omanis and even the Brits that the Iranians were offering very significant concessions, in the negotiations, and we started bombing them. So the question is long term. I would not underestimate their ability to rebuild. It will take time, but they've rebuilt in the past. And they're going to be looking to both Russia and China, and both of them, I suspect, are going to be happy to help. After all, the Russians are facing us helping the Ukrainians, and now they can repay the favor. So this is going to be a very messy situation in the coming years, and there's no easy way to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So, and indeed, the Iranians today are shipping more oil at a higher price than ever before. We have gotten rid of sanctions on Iranian oil because we're desperate to get oil to flow, which is a very weird situation to be in. We're bombing Iran while we are allowing them to ship more oil than ever before.
Well, with respect to the intercontinental ballistic missiles, I mean, those medium-range missiles that they launched in the direction of Diego Garcia, for example, which is further away than, say, Berlin. It seemed to surprise some in the West, and it seemed to indicate that they may have more capacity to strike Western Europe with an eye towards the United States at some point than previously was considered. And it's actually one of the points that Rubio and others have made, that they actually were very much interested in having that strike capacity, in addition to building a cache of weapons so they could put themselves in the position of North Korea, which is essentially to immunize themselves from any response to their nefarious acts in the region or beyond the region, potentially, because the cost would be too high to deal with, for example, a nuclear Iran, just like the cost is too high to go in and deal with Kim Jong-un.
I mean, there was absolutely no pressing threat here. I mean, they were nowhere close to having a regional, an extended regional missile capacity. We think what they probably did is took existing missiles and had a very light payload. they've never shown any interest in blowing up Europe. Their challenge has always been the Middle East. That is their focus, recently. And what we've managed to do is, we've created a situation where, for them, they now know the only way to protect themselves is to try to create a nuclear capacity. They still have the nuclear materials. The irony of killing Khomeini, again, these are evil people. I don't like any of them.
Yeah, I know.
We killed Khomeini. Khomeini was the guy who did not race for the bomb, and in fact, he was criticized domestically because he didn't race for the bomb. And the danger now is that as long as they have that nuclear material, they might decide to try to make, we think they have enough. If they tried to enrich it, they could probably, 10, 12, who knows. But, the problem here is we're likely to have this is not an issue that one can easily eradicate militarily. And then we're talking about potentially future, kind of military action. And I just don't see, if you could have solved it domestically where we had serious negotiations going on and, had the possibility of limiting them without blowing up all over the Gulf, without shutting the Strait of Hormuz, we're in a situation where we can see energy markets damaged for years. The Qatar has said that they've lost about a fifth of their natural gas capacity, that it'll take, months, if not years, to restore. And if this goes further, if we bomb their power plants, they can bomb energy facilities in Saudi Arabia and elsewhere. One can see extraordinary damage here done.
Well,
in a way that I think makes us less secure rather than more secure.
But
there's nothing imminent. There was no kind of, we had to do this. I look at this as something where, frankly, I think Benjamin Netanyahu was very effective at selling it, arguing, great, you can get regime change, you can get all this done. And I think the president relied on Venezuela in terms of the military very effectively going in, grabbing the top guy. And Iran is such a different, kind of kettle of fish. And that's what we found now. I think we have a worse leadership there that's likely to be intransigent, who have ability to cause trouble for quite some time and can retaliate. If we go big, we can always win a direct, air-to-air, but they can go big in alternative ways that can have very destructive impacts.
Like, for example, particularly given the assessments of their retaliatory capacity from, CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper at this point, how they can go big? How?
That is, they can blow up desalinization plants.
How?
They can blow up power plants. They can blow up energy facilities throughout the Gulf. And they can demonstrate the production capacity of the Gulf for years. And if they blow up desalinization plants, I think Kuwait, 70% of the water comes through desalinization plants. Imagine blowing up half those plants. A third of the water disappears from Kuwait. I've been to Kuwait. They have to empty the capital city. And they could do that throughout. And they've shown that capacity. They hit our base in Saudi Arabia. They took out an AWACS plane. Their early attacks were very effective in blowing up our radar. We've emptied our bases throughout the region. We've sent our military personnel to hotels. And the Iranians had pretty good intelligence on that and started targeting hotels. We took our folks out of the bases because we were afraid they'd be targets.
Well, again, but the early attacks, and now I'm saying where we are now and what Iran's retaliatory capacity will be in 2 to 3 weeks, that seems like a very different situation. And so unless they've got, access to, Wile E. Coyote's stash of Acme bombs, where are these bombs, drones, missiles going to come from to potentially attack civilian targets, desalination plants, and the like?
They still have them, and they've still been doing it. The point is they've been very measured. As we have started to run out of interceptors, they have continued steady progress, and they've been more effective. They still have the stuff. They had thousands of missiles and thousands of drones, and they may very well be getting drones from Russia. We don't know for sure. And they have continued at a steady pace to be hitting. And what they do is they use retaliation. You hit this, we hit that. You hit this, we hit that. They did hit recently a desalinization plant in Kuwait. It's kind of the warning. We hit one. They've threatened to hit American corporate facilities. They've talked about hitting American universities. If Israel or the U.S. hit something in there, when Israel hit the natural gas field, they hit the Qatar gas field. And this is all after the initial. They've been doing this steadily. They still have those weapons.
They're going to hit American universities on the homeland or in Qatar?
No, in the Middle East. What they're doing is they're matching. So when the Israelis hit natural gas, they said that's a civilian target. Okay, we hit natural. And what they do is they target the Gulf states because they're the vulnerable ones. And they're still hitting Israel. Israel is still suffering significant casualties. You know, one of us hit Natanz, the nuclear facility in Iran. They hit the cities of Arad and Dimona, which are very close to Israel's Dimona nuclear plant, and that appeared to be their message that if this goes further, we can hit your nuclear power facility. I mean, that opens up a whole new world that gets very, very, very dangerous.
Doug Bondo, senior fellow at the Cato Institute, former special assistant to President Reagan, author of Foreign Follies, America's New Global Empire. Doug, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Happy to be on. Take care.
Take care. And he joined us on Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer. The Danielle Gill Podcast, now available on the Salem Podcast Network.
Actually lowering prices has rarely ever been an accomplishment a Democrat could even claim. The Democrat modus operandi is to use each crisis as an excuse to pass legislation which increases spending, gives more power to the government, and which will make new crises which they can't then use as an excuse to pass more horrible legislation.
Subscribe for free today on Spotify, Apple, YouTube, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com. AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up at 7:07, University of Chicago law professor Richard Epstein will get to the oral arguments in the Birthright citizenship case. And then at the bottom of the hour, that Artemis 2 launch, that was something. Michelle Nichols, senior director of public programs at the Adler Planetarium, will talk about that. That was a momentous day for America, the Artemis 2 launch. Even some on the left had to concede the point. It is now 7 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
This is a Fox News alert. President Trump says it'll be over soon in Iran. I'm Chris Foster. The president delivers his first address to the nation about the military operation now in its 34th day.
President Trump said because of American and Israeli military power, Iran's navy is gone, and airstrikes have been annihilating their defense industrial base. But the president told the nation Wednesday night the job isn't quite complete. So for now, the offensive will continue.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
The president said talks toward a ceasefire or even an end to the war continue. But Iran has disputed those discussions have come as far as the president has said. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
And news that attacks will intensify and Iran's continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz to oil shipping traffic have oil prices up nearly 9% today. Members of Congress are scheduled to be out of town for another week and a half, but there is an agreement among Republican leaders on a plan to end the Homeland Security shutdown. Fox's Bill Malugin at the Capitol.
House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune are now on the same page, announcing a Trump-approved plan to pass a bill that would fund all of DHS except ICE and CBP. It's similar to the bill the Senate passed with Democratic support at 2 a.m. last Friday. Hours later, Speaker Johnson trashed that Senate bill. But now, with President Trump's approval, Thune and Johnson say that Senate-passed bill is the path forward, and Democrats are claiming victory. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer writing on X, quote, House Republicans caved.
Astronauts on the Artemis 2 mission in between naps are getting the capsule ready for the engine firing that'll send them out of Earth's orbit on their trip to the moon, trip around the moon. They're about 43,500 miles above Earth now, flying more than 2,000 miles an hour. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It is 38 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the QC Kinetics newsroom. Showers and storms today, even a possibility of hail and tornadoes, a high of 67. An 8-year-old girl and 2 adults recovering after a drive-by shooting on the south side. Police say the victims were shot yesterday by someone in a passing SUV in the 3400 block of South King Drive. All 3 sent to the hospital in good condition. Detectives continue their investigation. 4 juveniles facing battery charges after a large crowd of people gathered in downtown Naperville this week. Police say they're aware of a video circulating showing a group of up to 300 teens gathering downtown on Monday night. 4 juveniles were arrested for battery and multiple citations issued for trespassing and violation of city ordinances. Spring break is this week for Naperville School Districts 203 and 204. Bears chairman George McCaskey doesn't believe moving the team to Indiana will push fans away.
Whether we go to Arlington Park or to Hammond, there is going to be an adjustment period. People are going to have to be allowed some time to get used to it. I think Bears fans are up to it.
That is McCaskey speaking at the NFL annual meeting yesterday in Phoenix. Team president Kevin Warren has set a tentative timeline for a stadium decision of late spring or early summer. And severe weather, a real possibility this afternoon across much of the area. Some of those could include high winds, hail, even isolated tornadoes. In fact, the White Sox home opener delayed till tomorrow because of the threat. Most of Chicago under a level 3 risk, with a level 2 risk for Northwest Indiana. The main window for severe activity will be 3 to 9 p.m. today. Their support is service of the daily podcast of Chicago's Morning Answer and the Sean Thompson Show. Hear both shows with limited commercials when you subscribe for free to the daily podcasts at 560theanswer.com/podcast. A check of your roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Hugh Hewitt is optimistic about negotiations.
Not many people putting up their hand to replace Laranjani, I think. There was a period of time in the 80s when I was in the Reagan administration when the Soviet leader would keep dying. Brezhnev died. Then Andropov died. Then Chernenko died. Then we got Gorbachev. So maybe eventually we will get someone with whom President Trump can deal.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Alex Marlo at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Rick Borick talks about the emotions of stock market investing.
At what point would you rethink your decision that you're invested in the stock market? And you'll notice that someone who answered that question 6 months ago saying, I'm not going to panic until it's down 30%, calls you up on the phone and says, it's down 8, what's going on? And I says, what happened to the 30% guy, right?
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
A sacred season is approaching, a time to remember God's deliverance, the night he brought his people out of bondage and into freedom, Passover. This year, many of God's people will observe Passover under the shadow of war. Across Israel, red alert sirens pierce the air. Families rush to shelters with just seconds to spare. The elderly fear they'll be left behind. Parents hold frightened children as explosions shake the night. Sleeplessness and uncertainty are now part of daily life there. But Passover reminds us that God hears the cries of his people and answers with love and compassion. That's why the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground in Israel, providing food and emergency supplies, equipping bomb shelters, and caring for the elderly and Holocaust survivors, bringing comfort and safety to God's children. Join Christians around the world in praying for Israel during this sacred Passover season, asking God to bring protection, comfort, and peace to the Holy Land. Stand with Israel in prayer today by visiting supportifcj.org. That's supportifcj.org.
For years, I've talked about Relief Factor. You've heard stories about the people who finally found real relief after trying the 3-week quick start. I'm one of those stories. My pain had become so bad that I was starting to believe that my best days were behind me. This was like 10 years ago. Relief was not in the picture until I tried Relief Factor. They are always striving to help people get out and stay out of pain. And remarkably, Relief Factor has made their already trusted formula even better. They've added premium black pepper extract because apparently that helps your body absorb the high-quality key ingredients more efficiently. So in simple terms, it helps your body get even more benefit from what you're already taking. And that matters. If you're going to take something daily, you want your body actually using as much of it as possible. So if you've been listening to me talk about Relief Factor for a while, this is your moment. Or if you're already taking it, you're now going to get the enhanced formula designed to work even smarter. Start with a 3-week quick start. It's $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. How will it feel to be out of pain? relieffactor.com.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $283. There are only 2 good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
The price of gold is surging to new highs. It's already topped $5,000 an ounce. The only question is, how much money will you make when gold hits $6,000 an ounce? Investors like you have made small fortunes off the run-up in precious metals, and not just with gold stocks or ETFs. Many have taken advantage of a little-known gold investment officially released by the U.S. government. Now you can too, when you get our free special report from veteran trader and investor Jim Woods. It's called Gold Wealth Boosters. This new report outlines amazing gold investments that have returned 12 to 26 times more than investing in gold bullion itself. Given the uncertainty in world markets, the investments outlined in Jim Wood's Gold Wealth Boosters report are crucial in 2026, and it's free. To get your free Gold Wealth Boosters report, log on to EagleGoldReport.com. EagleGoldReport.com. That's EagleGoldReport.com.
Need a little hope in your life? Listen to Truth for Life with Alistair Begg every weekday morning starting at 7:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage. Listen to AM 560 The Answer on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today. Online at 560theanswer.com/mobile or text the word app to 312-642-5600.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. 16 minutes both ways on the Edens from Lake Hook to Montrose, 30 in, 26 out on the Kennedy from O'Hare to Burn Interchange. The traffic signals are flashing red in Oak Park on Harlem Avenue right at the Ike. Once you're on the Ike, it's 23 inbound from Wolf to the old post office, outbound is 17, 37 in, 24 out on the Stevenson from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore, jam-packed on the Dan Ryan inbound between the 57 Bishop Ford merge and 91st Street, all because of a stall blocking the left lane. So we are looking at 20 in, 12 out on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange. Plus you have delays on both the Bishop Ford and I-57 as you head towards the Dan Ryan. News and Traffic is a service of American Beam and Steel, structural repair licensed contractors for your home and business. Search for American Beam and Steel online to schedule your consultation directly with the owner, Mark. American Beam and Steel. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will be mostly cloudy, breezy, and much colder with a bit of rain. The high will reach 42 degrees. Tonight, expect cloudy skies and breezy conditions with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm possible. There is a chance of ponding on streets and highways with a low of 39 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So, the Birthright citizenship case before the Supreme Court. Oral arguments yesterday. And fresh off of her dizzying performance in the Colorado conversion therapy case, KBJ tried to tackle the subject to the jurisdiction thereof determination. You know, that so much of this case turns on what is subject to the jurisdiction thereof in the 14th Amendment. What does that implicate? And here's a little hypothetical she offered to try to illustrate what she thought that phrase meant
I was thinking about this, and I think there are various sources that say this, that you obviously have permanent allegiance based on being born in whatever country you're from. That's what everybody recognizes. But you also have local allegiance when you are on the soil of this other sovereign. And I was thinking, I, a U.S. citizen, am visiting Japan. And what it means is that, if I steal someone's wallet in Japan, the Japanese authorities can arrest me and prosecute me. It's allegiance, meaning can they control you as a matter of law. I can also rely on them if my wallet is stolen to, under Japanese law, go and prosecute the person who has stolen it. So there's this relationship based on, even though I'm a temporary traveler, I'm just on vacation in Japan, I'm still locally owing allegiance in that sense.
So subject to the jurisdiction of turns on allegiance, which turns on domicile. So her argument is my wallet is stolen I'm in Japan and my wallet is stolen there. The authorities step in to find my wallet, and thus I have an allegiant relationship with the Japanese government. Oh, boy. Okay, so by that logic, and I use that term loosely in this case, then anybody who travels to the United States for any length of time has established the requisite allegiance to be a citizen of the United States. Student visa, tourist visa, work visa. The only thing that would preempt anybody from establishing themselves as a citizen of the United States would be the denial of visas. And frankly, this is an argument for birthright citizenship for people here illegally. So even if you could get here illegally, or even when you do get here illegally and then you have kids, then they are citizens as well. So whether you get here legally or illegally, you are subject to the jurisdiction thereof, subject to the American government's jurisdiction thereof, and therefore you can claim a citizenship right. Interesting argument. The Solicitor General John Sauer and KBJ, after that foray, got into Wong Kim Ark case, one of the cases that the pro-birthright citizenship crowd is relying on. And this whole issue of domicile and how you determine intent to stay. Domicile, allegiance, subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
You say prospective, we're supposed to do this. Don't worry about the people who are already here and who would not qualify under your rule. How does this work? Are you suggesting that when a baby is born, people have to have documents, present documents? Is this happening in the delivery room? How are we determining when or whether a newborn child is a citizen of the United States under your rule?
And I think that's directly addressed in the SSA guidance that's cited in our brief. What SSA says is there's currently a system where, for example, Social Security numbers are generated based on the birth certificate. They say this can still be, for the vast majority of instances, completely transparent. You will still get a...
No, not transparent. I'm just talking about the particulars, because now you say your rule turns on whether the person intended to stay in the United States. And I think Justice Barrett brought this up. So are we bringing pregnant women in for depositions? What are we doing to figure this out?
No, as I pointed out earlier, the executive order turns on lawfulness of status. So if you give birth to a baby in the hospital right now, it gets the birth certificate in the system. There's a computer system.
So there's no opportunity. There's apparently no opportunity then for the person to prove or to say that they actually intended to stay in the United States.
Absolutely not. The opposite is true. Their opportunity to dispute if they think they were wrongly denied, which would only happen in a tiny minority of cases,
after the
is
fact.
Directly addressed in that guidance.
After the fact.
Yes.
After their baby has been denied citizenship, then we can go through the process.
Yes. And the way that, I'm summarizing because I'm not an expert in computers, but there's a computer program that currently automatically generates a Social Security number. SSA says, look, a Social Security number, non-citizens can have them if they have work authorization, so it doesn't prove citizenship. We'll give you a Social Security number, provided that the system automatically checks the immigration status of the parents, which there are robust databases for, and then it appears no different to the vast majority of birthing parents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just such a bureaucratic nightmare. Make them all citizens. Is that what you think, KBJ? It's a process. How does this happen? How do we establish that somebody, a woman, I know that's a confusing term for KBJ, when a woman gives birth, how do we know that child is going to be conferred citizenship? Well, because we know the legal status of the parent. And then you have the process of the conference of a Social Security number and so forth. Yeah. A counterexample that was offered by Alito to the ACLU's lawyer, Cecilia Wong, I think nicely provides the actual illustration of the folly of the position that Kagan and KBJ was taking with respect to subject to the jurisdiction of, which turns on allegiance, which turns on domicile. And by the way, that all follows the parent for the purpose of the child.
Not subject to any foreign power is pretty straightforward. So let me give you these examples. A boy is born here to an Iranian father who has entered the country illegally. That boy is automatically an Iranian national at birth, and he has a duty to provide military service to the Iranian government. Is he not subject to any foreign power?
Not within the meaning of the 1866 Act, Justice Alito. And that's clear from Wong Kim Ark, and it's clear from the debates. What the framers meant by the phrase not subject to any foreign power was referring to the ambassador exception. If it meant what the government contends, basically not a subject of any foreign power, that another country considers you a jus sanguinis citizen, then lawful permanent residents, all foreign nationals.
Well, ordinary public meaning of that would certainly encompass that boy, would it not?
Justice Alito, if you think that the language of the 1866 Act was ambiguous, as Wong Kim Ark says, the shift to the language of the 14th Amendment, which is the operative text, certainly clears up any ambiguity.
What I said about a boy born to an Iranian father is true of children born here to parents who are nationals of other countries. If I'm correct, it's true to a child who's born here to Russian parents. It's true to a child who's born here to Mexican parents. They're automatically citizens or nationals of those countries and have a duty of military service. It sure seems like that makes them subject to a foreign power.
But again, Justice Alito, that would have meant that the children of Irish, Italian, and other immigrants, which Wong Kim Ark refers to and the framers refer to, would not have been citizens either, because if the only test is whether that U.S.-born child is considered a citizen by another country under their jus sanguinis laws, then no foreign nationals' children would be.
Well, in all of those cases, the parents could be naturalized, and then the children would be derivatively naturalized when the parents were naturalized.
Yeah, the difference is that those individuals you're referencing, Miss Wong, came through Ellis Island legally. That's a big difference, too, which I think is what Alito is getting to. For more on all of this, pleased to be joined by Professor Richard Epstein, James Parker Hall, Distinguished Service Professor, Emeritus of Law, and Senior Lecturer at the University of Chicago. Professor Epstein, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yes, well, it was painful to listen to the oral argument.
What, particularly particularly Ketanji Brown Jackson, but not limited to her. Take up the wallet example if you have anything to add to it. So she goes to Japan. Yeah. Her wallet gets stolen. The Japanese police help her find it. Therefore, she has a temporary allegiance to the Japanese government, and she's subject to their jurisdiction thereof.
They don't understand the law. What happens is there are many different elements of these cases, but the first thing to note is a lot of the questions are actually answered if you look at the Naturalization Act, which were put into place in 1790 and continued in the original form, basically with some modifications, key ones, through 1870, when for the first time persons of African descent were allowed to apply for citizenship. And one of the requirements of becoming a citizen of the United States under the naturalization statute added in 1795 was that you renounce all loyalties to some other jurisdiction. Another requirement that was made very clear in the Naturalization Acts of 1790 thereafter is the status of any minor child is determined by the status of the parent. So if the parent gains citizens, the minor child automatically gets it. If the parent doesn't gain citizenship, then the child cannot get it under the statute. And so when Ketanji Jackson starts to ask, well, the 14th Amendment doesn't make any reference to parents, what happens is you don't need to make a reference in that because you have the references made in the 1790 Act. Now, why does that matter? Well, the text is all persons born or naturalized, and so it would be therefore appropriate to look at what the naturalization statutes say and how we start to deal with the problem. And neither side wanted to address those statutes at all, and there was a kind of a reason why they both wanted to shy away from it, because these statutes are not pretty. The first word in the 1790 Act, which remains operative through 1870, was all free white persons may apply. So there was an explicit color bar that was built into the statute. And there were also other rules which essentially said when they did the 14th Amendment, we're trying to make people citizens, but we're not trying to give them the vote. So essentially, the founders of the 14th Amendment, contrary to modern expectations, were basically segregationists on a large number of systematic issues. And if you start looking at the statutes, then what happens is you go back to Blackstone, there's a key distinction made there over and over again between being within the jurisdiction, which is the language that you see in the 14th Amendment in connection with equal protection but not due process, and subject to the jurisdiction. And these phrases are not treated as synonyms, they're treated as direct opposites. Being within the jurisdiction meant that you had local jurisdiction over you, so you were necessarily obliged to follow their traffic laws, their criminal laws, and all that stuff. But as Blackstone said, the moment you left, all allegiance to that country would suddenly disappear. And local citizenship or jurisdiction was never thought to be a path to citizenship anywhere throughout the entire civilized world. What happens is this rule turns out to be completely uniform because there's no nation whatsoever that basically want to say that people can come in and do whatever they want. And if you want to make sure that they don't come in, the rule has always been established that the naturalization power means you don't have to make them citizens what you want. And in addition, what happens is not by the Constitution, but by a judicial fiat, you also saw that the federal government assumed power over immigration, which was not part of the original constitutional design, but was grafted on by the cases that were decided under the Chinese Exclusion Act. Within the jurisdiction, therefore, does not mean the same thing as subject to the jurisdiction, which is why one phrase is used in the due process clause that applies to all persons, and the other phrase is used with respect to describing the citizenship clause. And when the cases say that the two phrases mean the same thing, as some lower court judges have said, they're just making up history in a way that's utterly indefensible.
Well, yeah,
so
I mean,
the answer to all.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The point is, domicile was no part of the original Constitution. If you go back and look at the statutory text, it's not there. Domicile gets introduced only in Wong Kim Ark because they're trying to play a fiddle around the general problems of the Naturalization Act, because in 1898, when that case was decided, no person of Asian descent was eligible for nationalization. There's a total bar on that, and it didn't get completely lifted until 1943. And so if you applied the Naturalization Act, the fact that they were a citizen of China and they were traveling on a Chinese passport would end the case, and there would be no citizenship whatsoever. Now, none of these guys wanted to actually look at the statute. I don't think anybody mentioned the Naturalization Act. When they started to talk about the English tradition, they got everything 100% wrong. But if you take the correct reading, the domicile issue just drops out of the case. Go back and look at the Naturalization Act, and it turns out that that statute gives the Congress plenary power to decide what the rules were.
Well,
and the original rules in the statute.
So then when Sauer, when Sauer essentially said, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, so it means allegiance, and how you determine allegiance through the domicile status. What was he trying to do there?
Well, look, I mean, you have to understand there was a strategic move that they made. And as you know, I wrote a brief in that case which said everything the opposite. And I've got a book that's coming out soon which talks about this in excruciating difficulty. What he did not want to do in that case was to take on the original Naturalization Act because of its obvious racist implications. Yeah. And he found that just very difficult to talk about. And so what he does is he says, look, I'm going to accept Wong Kim Ark, even though, as I've told you, it's just 100% wrong on the actual text, and I'm going to win two ways. He says, first of all, he has to be a permanent guy, and all these birthright people come for tourism. They're just temporary. So permanent and temporary don't mean the same thing, and I win. And then also, if you look at Wong Kim Ark, there's not a single mention of illegal entry into the United States. And so therefore, he says, all people who are illegal aliens don't come in under Wong Kim Ark. So we went under the case without going back to the Naturalization Act. But in fact, the problem that you had is the naturalization statutes, even if you put aside the Chinese exception, has this problem about essentially renouncing former sovereigns, which you don't do when you're carrying a passport. And it also requires essentially that you swear allegiance to the United States and go through various processes. Well, they just want to avoid that. Now, just to make it worse, since nobody talked about the Naturalization Act, what happened is Justice Kagan wrote an illiterate history that's completely incorrect about the incorporation of the English law into American law. The first thing to understand is they did incorporate the rules about being in the jurisdiction so you could control the traffic stuff. But in fact, as they noted, the English laws were statutory. They were not common law. And when we passed our Naturalization Act, that act controlled the English stuff, and it was a complete different approach because we had the problem of slavery and black admissions, which we did not want to face by allowing people to come in.
Well,
and
so then
under those statutes,
go ahead.
So what happens under those statutes, you get a bifurcation in the United States. It is very clear that all federal jurisdiction on naturalization is decided as a matter of federal law. That's the only thing that Hamilton said about the naturalization power in the Federalist paper, and he was clearly right. What happens is most of the cases that are decided in the United States before the war are cases decided under state law, which have no relevance to the federal issue and can be decided any way in which they want. And those cases were decided for all sorts of reasons, whether or not somebody was entitled to vote, whether or not they remained a citizen so that they could make gifts and so forth within the law of the state. But not one of those cases actually deals with the federal preemption statute. So when you start looking at that, go ahead.
So when Amy Coney Barrett started this line of inquiry, and KBJ sort of ham-handedly tried to pick it up, of the intent to domicile, what was ACB trying to do there?
Well, what she's trying to do is to figure out whether or not, when you have people with short-term residences, you use a domiciliary test to see whether or not they get in, because what she never wanted to do is to look back to the naturalization statutes. And you go back and read those statutes, domicile is not there. It's only in Wong Kim Ark. So everybody is playing off of something which was not statutory. And, why do you ignore the naturalization statute? Well, when I first looked at this stuff, I said, every person born and naturalized. I never actually read the naturalization statute. When I opened it up and started to read it, it was an absolute mind-blowing experience. And so what happens under those statutes, in 1866, no black is eligible for citizenship. Everybody who gets citizenship as a child gets it through its parent. And so that was well established. So when Kajanzi Jackson asked, well, why don't they mention children, parents in the amendment? They didn't have to do it because it was all taken care of in the Naturalization Act. So it's a complete bowdlerization of the statute. And then when it comes to the English stuff, their rule about, living in the state as born makes you a citizen was completely rejected in the United States. And when you start saying the English common law carried over, there are 100 cases under the Naturalization Act which show that we did not follow the English rule. But was every.
But even if I stipulate to what you're saying about the naturalization laws, doesn't Sauer and by extension Trump win either way? Because if you look at the legislative history of the 1866 Civil Rights Act, and how it informed the 14th Amendment, isn't it clear what subject to the jurisdiction thereof meant, such that if you are here illegally, then there was never the intent to provide citizenship for your child?
Yes. If you look at the text, it's pretty clear. By the way, the phrase subject to the jurisdiction also appears in the 13th Amendment, and it doesn't mean within the United States physically. What they wanted to say is if you are outside the physical borders of the United States and you still owe disloyalty and was a citizen, then any slave that you owned the slavery would have to be abolished. And so subject to the jurisdiction meant loyalty to the United States. And the thing to understand, the deal was only this: we give you protection and you give us loyalty. Voting was no part of anything that was associated with citizenship at the time, which is why you needed the 19th Amendment, I guess it was, to give women the vote in 1919. Right. So what happens, you can't write a history of this without actually knowing the statutory law. Let me give you another example, just a silly statement by the Chief Justice. What he said was, the Constitution's the same, even if the social situations were different. But if you had looked at the 1870 Act, the first 6 provisions are efforts of the government to tighten immigration into the United States because of the fear of being overrun by foreigners. And it was an exhaustive increase of the requirements you needed because the federal government had plenary power over naturalization. So what his mistake was, it was the same Constitution, to be sure, but he got the early Constitution wrong because he never read the statutes. I mean, this is absolutely critical when you do constitutional law, is that you not only read one or two snippets, 1 or 2 cases, you have to go back through the entire history. And none of them bothered to do it.
Maybe the entire court needs you to be like a clerk at large.
Well, I'm happy. I wrote a brief.
I know you did. And
nobody mentioned it. I mean, it's not a trivial point.
Richard Richard Epstein, we're out of time, but appreciate it. James Parker Hall, Distinguished Service Professor, Emeritus of Law, Senior Lecturer, University of Chicago. Professor Epstein, thank you as always. Appreciate it.
To be here. Bye-bye.
Take care. And he joined us on Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Good morning, 38 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the QC Kinetics newsroom. A round of showers and storms could hit severe levels this afternoon, high of 67. The city of Chicago investing more than $300 million in 15 affordable housing projects across the city. Mayor Johnson says the 15 developments will create or preserve over 1,200 units across the city.
Each unit will create an opportunity for residents and families to plant roots in our city.
Now, the total cost of the developments is estimated around $700 million in public and private funding. Cook County Sheriff's deputies conducting a roadside safety checkpoint next week in Ford Heights. The checkpoint set up from 6 p.m. Thursday, April 9th through 1 a.m. Friday, April 10th near Lincoln Highway and Lexington Avenue. Officers will be looking for driver's license and registration requirements, as well as compliance with the state seatbelt and child restraint laws. And the White Sox home opener delayed by 1 day. The team announcing yesterday that the game against the Toronto Blue Jays at Wright Field has been pushed back to tomorrow due to the weather in the forecast. All tickets for today's postponed home opener are good for tomorrow's contest. This report, a service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency providing high-performing digital solutions to surround your target audience. Go to surroundchicago.com today. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Larry Elder sees the president blazing a trail.
The Iranians hold a chokehold because people are afraid they're going to build a nuke, and we haven't stopped them. Venezuela has a thug that's run the country into the ground, and we put up with it in our own hemisphere. Same thing with Cuba, and there's nothing we can do about it. Trump has walked in and said no, no, and no. That's what President Trump has done.
The Larry Elder Show. Weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer. One of the most amazing and holiest weeks of the year for Christians is Holy Week, which begins on Palm Sunday, March 29th. This is the day Jesus rode a donkey into Jerusalem, and crowds waved palm branches and cheered, Hosanna, loosely a praise of save now. Just 4 days later, on Holy Thursday, Jesus and his disciples took part in their last Passover together. This Last Supper is when Jesus was betrayed and falsely convicted. The next day, Good Friday, Jesus was hung on the cross and died. John 1:29, Behold the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. But wait, the story doesn't end here. Jesus was buried in a tomb, and on the third day he rose from the dead. That's what Easter and the Christian faith is all about. Read Isaiah 53 and John's full account of this good news, a read that will change your life forever. Fox Valley Coins will be closed on April 3rd in remembrance of Good Friday. Happy Easter from Fox Valley Coins.
What happens when a school is truly built around teenage girls? Their growth, their confidence, their faith, their future? You get bold young women who lead without hesitation, speak without fear, and discover exactly who they're meant to be. Rosary College Prep in Aurora is the only all-girls college prep high school in the western suburbs, and we've been doing this since 1962. We know how girls learn best. That's why our students thrive in STEM, the arts, and leadership at remarkable rates, even earning AP Platinum status from the College Board. At Rosary, your daughter won't just be educated. She'll be seen, challenged, and supported every single day. Girls here collaborate, inspire each other, and grow grounded in faith and driven by purpose. Come see it for yourself. Schedule a personal tour at rosaryprep.org. That's rosaryprep.org.
File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction or your money back. File in the Credit Karma app.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hackberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. 16 minutes both ways on the Edens from Lake Hook to Montrose, 35 in, 29 out on the Kennedy from O'Hare to the Burn Interchange. Now in Oak Park, the traffic signals are flashing red on Harlem Avenue at the Ike. Once you're on the Ike, inbound jam between First Avenue and Ashland Avenue, so 29 minutes inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office. Outbound is 16. Stop and go on the Stevenson inbound between Harlem Avenue and Western Avenue, so 39 minutes inbound from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore. Outbound is 23. You've got 21 in, 13 out on the Dan Ryan between 95th and the Burn Interchange, and very slow on both the inbound Bishop Ford and I-57 as you head towards the Dan Ryan. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will be mostly cloudy, breezy, and significantly colder with some rain showers. The high temperature will reach 42. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with continued breezy conditions, along with a few showers and the possibility of a thunderstorm. Watch out for ponding on streets and highways. The low temperature will be 39. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft, and not too many things unite people across the political spectrum, young and old alike, but that Artemis 2 launch yesterday was one of them.
Why do you want to be here? Why do you love space? Why do you love being a part of history?
We're going back to the frickin' moon, that's why.
Yeah. All right. Go back to the frickin' moon, says that young man. Good stuff. And from the professionals, they were even excited, like little boys. Jerry Linenger, former astronaut.
It's just awesome. They got to be so excited. And 2 years of working hard. God bless America. I mean, the things with the Trump space policy is unreal. He started it his first term, and this is the fruition of it. The big, beautiful bill had enough budget to make this kind of stuff happen. And, you know, America is great again. It's just
about it. And on the other side of the aisle, also an astronaut, Senator Mark Kelly from Arizona, couldn't deny.
It was so exciting. I hadn't seen something like that in a long time since, the second to last shuttle flight I was on it.
Yeah.
But to be here at this moment, sending 3 U.S. astronauts and a Canadian to the other side of the moon is just so exciting. Great day for our country.
Jonathan Siri is a reporter for Fox News. He provided some more of a first-person account as well as some of the details of the launch.
I'm not complaining. These launches are amazing to watch, to hear, and in many cases to feel. The SLS rocket is so powerful that you could feel the vibrations in your chest as the rocket lifted off the pad and went tearing through the sky. And the flames shooting out of it were as bright as the sun. It was absolutely incredible. It was a bumpy countdown, as countdowns often are. They're very dynamic processes. They'd actually make a good TV drama where you have these engineers discovering a problem and you have to solve it during that episode, sometimes with launch just minutes away. That's exactly what happened during this launch. During the final 2 hours, they had to resolve several issues. There was a issue with the launch abort system. They were getting a high temperature reading on one of the batteries. They determined it was just a problem with one of the instruments, not the battery itself. And then there was another issue that they had to investigate, the flight termination system, a communications problem with it. This would have been used in an emergency if after launch during ascent the rocket had gone out of control and started heading towards a populated area. Engineers on the ground can send a signal that causes the rocket to self-destruct. It's for public safety. Well, they had a communications problem with that, but they were able to find a workaround. They resolved that, and then there were several other issues that they needed to investigate. So they paused the countdown clock and then restarted it, launching about 10 minutes later than initially planned. But it was an absolutely beautiful launch. And as we speak, the spacecraft, the Orion spacecraft, is about 795 miles away from Earth. It's raising its orbit. It will remain in a high Earth orbit for about the next 24 hours while the astronauts check out the systems, and if everything's fine, they will initiate this burn of their main engine. They call it a TLI, translunar injection, that will send the spacecraft towards the moon. And then after that burn, other than some minor course adjustments with the maneuvering thrusters, they will coast that entire way. It sets the trajectory for the rest of the trip. They call it a free return trajectory because it'll go out past the moon, possibly further than any human has ever gone from Earth before. And then the moon's gravity causes it to slowly turn around in the opposite direction, boomeranging back towards Earth. Takes several days to get there, but essentially free falling back to Earth, entering the atmosphere at just the right angle. You don't want it to skip like a rock on the pond, but you also don't want to throw it straight down where the astronauts have to absorb the full impact of the atmosphere. Go in at the perfect angle so that the atmosphere slows the spacecraft down. The heat shield protects it during the heat of re-entry, deploys parachutes, and then lands gently in the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of San Diego. That's the plan, Laura.
That's the plan. That's some plan. Great detailed reporting. Really interesting. They going to have time to get out and say one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, or hit a golf ball or anything? I'm actually glad I didn't know about some of these last-minute glitches that could have queered the launch because, somebody who grew up and saw the Challenger explosion on TV as a young man, you sort of, always have that in the back of your mind. Anyway, for more on this, the importance of this launch and this mission, and generally speaking, the Artemis program, please be joined by Michelle Nichols, Senior Director of Public Programs at the Adler Planetarium. Michelle, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. This is great.
So were you as excited as that kid that CNN interviewed?
Oh, my gosh. Just an incredible experience yesterday. We were jumping up and down. We had hundreds of people at the planetarium watching the launch, cheering, crying. I almost cried. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing.
And, the importance of the space program and this particular mission from your perspective.
So this has been a long time coming. There's been several iterations of a moon-bound program. There was Project Constellation prior to Artemis, but with the goal of the moon in mind. And it's really great that we're finally paying attention to the moon in the last 15 or 20 years or so, because we ignored it for a long time. And it's a really interesting place that we would love to know more about. And it's right next door. It's not Mars. We'll get to Mars someday, but it's a lot closer to get to. So yeah, it's going to be fun to see what happens over the next few years.
And so I know some of this is to test out and the technology around space travel. Is that mainly this mission, or is there the investigation into the moon? And to the extent there's more investigation into the moon, what is it that we're trying to understand?
Yeah, there's a lot going on. So first off, this is the first mission with a crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. So they just want to put the spacecraft through its paces and see how well it works with people on board. And also Victor Glover, the pilot, I think later today is going to actually take control of the spacecraft and literally pilot it, move it around, see how well it does, how well it responds. So that's going to be something new. They're going to release some small satellites into high Earth orbit. That's going to help learn about the space environment. They're from other countries, Argentina, Saudi Arabia, Germany, providing those small satellites. So they're going to do some science. They're going to take photos of the moon when they're going around it. There's a lot going on in these 10 days. I've looked at the whole flight plan, and you go, wow, they've packed a lot in. They're going to be busy from beginning of the day to the end.
But are they going to make a land? Are they going to land on the moon?
No, this mission will not land on the moon. So this is purely to test the Orion spacecraft with a crew and work our way toward landing on the moon. Basically, you don't want to go straight there, especially since we haven't been there in 53 years. So the next mission, Artemis 3, is tentatively scheduled for sometime in 2027, and that will be an Earth-orbiting mission that will test the lunar landing hardware. And then the game plan is if everything goes well up until then and everything's ready, then Artemis 4, tentatively in 2028, will be the moon landing mission.
And then they'll start building lunar colonies post-haste so we can all go up there and live.
Wouldn't that be awesome. There's somebody asked me yesterday, so how long before the normal person gets to go? I'm like, well, that might be a little while, but I don't know if we'll be building any lunar hotels anytime soon. But even, I don't know, learning how to live on the moon for a few weeks would be great. We've never done that. The longest the Apollo missions were on the moon was a couple days. So learning about that, it's going to take us a while to get toward that permanent lunar habitation, but these are definitely the small steps you need to take in order to get there.
So the whole industry of space travel obviously is much different than the last decade than up until that point, with the addition of SpaceX and Blue Origin, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and others. So how does this environment where you have a public and private and collaborations between public and private, how much are the Bezos team members and the Musk team members involved in collaborating with NASA for projects like Artemis?
Well, they're integral to this because one of those companies, whichever hardware tests out best, is going to be the lunar landing hardware that lands on the moon. So NASA has the rocket and the Orion spacecraft, and then they've contracted some private companies to provide the lunar landing hardware. So that's the spacecraft that will actually take humans to the moon. Orion itself cannot land on the moon. So there'll need to be another one, another craft, another rocket system of some kind. So that's what they're going to test in in Earth orbit next year. Either whichever company's hardware is ready, and it could be both. It just depends on who's ready to go, who's ready to test in 2027.
And for patrons that come to the Adler Planetarium, I know you obviously get a lot of school classes that make field trips there and stuff. How do you incorporate, these substantial developments like the Artemis launch into the programming and the education you do with the public?
So we've been doing moon activities all during spring break. So we've got activities going on the floor. So we've got some art and science activities. We've got our Imagine the Moon Planetarium show, which is available for school groups to reserve and also for the public to see. We've got a little bit of fun thrown in there too. The Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon Planetarium show. Need a little rock and roll in our moon exploration. And so there's a lot that we do. We have activities that happen every single day out on the floor. When the sky is clear on Wednesday evenings, we point our big telescope at the sky, and if the moon's available, we definitely point it at the moon because it looks spectacular in our telescope. So anyway, we just have a lot going on with cool moon stuff.
Michelle Nichols, Senior Director of Public Programs at the Adler Planetarium. Michelle, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
And she joined us on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Platform safety is so important in your industrial facility. You need to keep personnel safe and meet OSHA requirements. Experience one problem with your platforms, and you could be facing costly fines or worse. Vans Industrial helps you meet OSHA standards to keep your employees safe.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. As a metal fabricator, I know the importance of keeping your workplace safe. Vans Industrial is a specialty contractor, uniquely equipped to design, fabricate, and install safety equipment including steel catwalks, handrails, stairways, and ladders. Our team of union building trades mechanics can inspect existing systems, engineer solutions, fabricate quality steel products, and install it all, creating a safer workplace environment.
Call 833-VANS-IND for a free inspection of your building. See what else they can do for you. Visit vansindustrial.com. That's VANS Industrial.com. Quality craftsmanship since 1964.
Your family and friends love you, but they hate seeing you in pain all the time, especially heading into vacation season. Allow me to recommend my friends at QC Kinetics. They will take care of your pain and let you go right on with your day. It's that easy. Listen, if you answer yes to more than one of these questions, then you're a great candidate. Do you have consistent joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back? Does pain rob you from a good night's sleep? Are you missing work or saying no to activities you love? Are you taking painkillers? If this is you, then today could be the day to turn that corner and get real relief. With 5 Chicagoland locations and weekend appointments, QC Kinetics treatments are easy, done in the office. Consultations are free. I've seen the results in person myself, and I personally recommend QC Kinetics. So don't wait. This will be the most meaningful thing you can do for yourself and those that love you. Call now, 312-827-6261. That number, 312-827-6261. Once more, call QC Kinetics at 312-827-6261.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
For months, you've been hearing ads about Virago immune support. I have to tell you, this stuff is for real. I had an occasion to not be feeling well on a remote broadcast. I took it, and it is the real deal. And the stronger your immune system, the stronger your body defends against diseases, viruses, and everything else. That's why Dr. Huber created Virago, a liquid immune booster supplement. You take it daily. It's a blend of 23 nutraceuticals working in synergy to maximize effects and boost your immune system. It's the nutraceutical cocktail for an immune system, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. Virago even protects your heart, your kidneys, your liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Do yourself and your spouse a favor. Order a bottle of Virago today online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Maha and Virago, making America healthy again.
AM 560, The Answer.
Text from 815. Dan, do you think the astronauts will see Sheila Jackson-Lee up there in space? You know, it's possible. Sheila Jackson-Lee famously asking in committee hearing about the Mars rover and whether or not the Mars rover would see the flag that was planted on the moon by astronauts. Yeah. It's now 8 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
This is a Fox News alert. More strikes to come in Iran. I'm Chris Foster.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly.
President Trump, in an address to the nation, says Iran will be hit very hard in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
The country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat.
Iran's military warns of what it calls broadening and crushing attacks in response.
Shortly before President Trump's address to the nation last night, explosions were heard in Dubai. Air defences working to intercept an Iranian barrage. Less than half an hour after the president was done, Israel said its military was working to intercept incoming missiles. Iran's presidential office dismissed President Trump's speech as insane.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Oil prices have been up around 10% since yesterday. The 4 astronauts on the Artemis 2 moon mission have been getting some work done, sandwiched in between 4-hour down periods for sleep.
They're going to be spending most of the day conducting checks around their Orion spacecraft, making sure that it's ready to go on to the moon. Engineers on the ground are trying to investigate the cause of a very temporary communications problem. It occurred about 51 minutes after launch. For just a couple minutes, the astronaut on the ground assigned to capsule communication had trouble receiving messages from the flight crew. It happened while the spacecraft was switching links from one communication satellite to another, and Mission Control quickly reestablished contact with the crew.
Fox's Jonathan Sari at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. There's no action on it today in the House, but the Senate has sent back to the House a bill that would end the partial government shutdown by funding Homeland Security, except for immigration and border enforcement, without reforms demanded by Democrats. That funding would be funded separately. Later, the plan was rejected by the House and President Trump last week. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 38 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the QC Kinetics newsroom. A cool mist this morning, scattered storms today. Some of those could be severe. Highs in the mid-60s. An 8-year-old girl among 3 people shot in Chicago's Bronzeville neighborhood. The crime happened yesterday afternoon in the Lake Meadows Shopping Center in 35th and King Drive. All victims taken to the hospital in fair condition. Police say a shooter was in a dark-colored SUV. Nobody is in custody. New this morning, the Metro Union Pacific West Line disrupted after a train hit a pedestrian earlier this morning. At first, all Union Pacific West trains were stopped in both directions near Geneva. Metro said the trains are operating from West Chicago to Ogilvie. Authorities investigating after a teen killed in a shooting on the south side. Police say an 18-year-old was inside a business yesterday in the 6000 block of South Wentworth Avenue when 4 armed individuals fired shots from a vehicle. The victim was hit multiple times and pronounced dead at the hospital. No arrests have been made. A DePaul University student accused of spitting on ICE agents at O'Hare Airport. Police say Brett Heyer spat on the agent this past Sunday while leaving Terminal 2 at O'Hare. The 20-year-old facing a felony charge of aggravated battery to a peace officer. The incident happening as ICE agents across the country assisting TSA operations. And the state of Illinois will be honoring every Illinois state police officer killed in the line of duty. Over the next several months, IDOT and the Illinois Tollway will construct signs for all fallen ISP officers. The new signs will be standardized for a uniform look. Since the agency began service on April 1st, 1922, 73 ISP officers have died in the line of duty. News is a service of Woodland Windows and Doors. Welcome a Woodland sales expert into your home. You'll get a no-pressure sale, a product expert, a design consultant, and someone who has your best interest in mind. Visit woodlandwindows.com to get started. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes. Now time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
President Trump says he's still seeking a diplomatic end to the conflict in Iran, but bound to hit Iran extremely hard in coming weeks. Investors see uncertainty ahead. Stock futures are sharply lower. Crude oil prices are higher. As SpaceX prepares to go public, expected by July, the Financial Times says Amazon is in talks to acquire satellite company Globalstar and boost its Wi-Fi service from space. However, Apple owns a 20% stake in Globalstar and could prevent a sale to Amazon. Shake Shack is looking to boost business with its first ever loyalty program. It will use artificial intelligence. The company says it will be able to personalize offers and communicate directly with customers. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosilda, invested in you.
This week on Capitol Hill is the best way to get informed on everything going on with Congress. Hosted by Tony Perkins and the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
If the Democrats don't want to play along, and we have a suspicion that they don't want to enact more of these nation-changing conservative policies that are fixing everything, we might have to resort to another reconciliation package.
Stay informed and become a regular listener. This week on Capitol Hill, Sundays at 1 on AM 560. The Answer. Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
On Salem News Channel, principled voices are shaping today's conversation. Scott Jennings brings clarity to the toughest debates. Josh Hammer's blistering commentary puts politics and culture on trial. And Alex Marlowe's insight connects us to what matters most. Watch anytime on Samsung TV Plus, Pluto TV, or find us on your screen at snc.tv. 3 new shows, 1 powerful lineup. Salem News Channel, across America.
If you're near retirement or thinking about retiring, you probably have a lot of questions. How do you make your savings last? How much should you take out and when? You're ready for retirement, but are your finances? I'm Edward Jones financial advisor, Nolan Webster. Let's work together to make sure your finances meet your unique needs over the long haul. You've done what it takes to get there. Now it's time to make the most of retirement. Call me at 224-801-6107 to schedule an appointment. That's 224-801-6107. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
For years, I've talked about Relief Factor. You've heard stories about the people who finally found real relief after trying the 3-week quick start. I'm one of those stories. My pain had become so bad that I was starting to believe that my best days were behind me. This was like 10 years ago. Relief was not in the picture until I tried Relief Factor. They are always striving to help people get out and stay out of pain. And remarkably, Relief Factor has made their already trusted formula even better. They've added premium black pepper extract because apparently that helps your body absorb the high-quality key ingredients more efficiently. So in simple terms, it helps your body get even more benefit from what you're already taking. And that matters. If you're going to take something daily, you want your body actually using as much of it as possible. So if you've been listening to me talk about Relief Factor for a while, this is your moment. Or if you're already taking it, you're now going to get the enhanced formula designed to work even smarter. Start with a 3-week quick start. It's $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. How will it feel to be out of pain? relieffactor.com.
Take the journey of living a happy, successful, and meaningful life through God. Listen to It's Time with Dan Lights, Sunday mornings at 9 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. It is solid on the northbound side of Lakeshore Drive between Broomore Avenue and Hollywood Avenue, and watch out for a crash on the Tri-State northbound at Bradley Road. Stop and go all the way back to Town Line Road. Now 15 in, 20 out on the Edens from Lake Cook to Montrose. 38 in, 32 out on the Kennedy from O'Hare to the Bird Interchange. The express lane stop and go inbound between Montrose Avenue and Chicago Avenue. 39 in, 22 out on the Ike from Wolf to the Old Post Office. 45 in, 23 out on the Stevenson from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore. You've got 30 inbound on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Bird Interchange. Outbound is 13. Starting to get slow in the express lanes inbound between Garfield Boulevard and the Stevenson. This report is a service of the AM 560 Advantage. Membership has its privileges, including early access to event tickets, exclusive contest opportunities, and special member-only content. Join today at 560theanswer.com/join. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Air Right Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will be mostly cloudy, breezy, and much colder with a bit of rain. The high will reach 42 degrees. Tonight, expect cloudy skies and breezy conditions with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm possible. There is a chance of ponding on streets and highways with a low of 39 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Time now for another reason why Dan Proft is single.
Yeah, let's bring it in. This installment of Why Dan Proft is Single, I'm going to, be the person who teaches because he cannot do for himself. And I'm going to try to cover friends both on the left as well as the normal with proper dating advice. The Babylon Bee inspired me for an effort to assist our misguided neo-Marxist friends. Thinking ahead, which is smart. Thinking ahead about the next series of No Kings rallies, the Babylon Bee came up with some pickup lines that the gender-confused neo-Marxist in your life could potentially use. Feel free to add. Just offer a few of what they came up with. You need icebreakers, no matter your gender identity. Here's one. I also hate Trump, and I can't coherently explain why. No, I mean, I think you'd probably stop at I also hate Trump and see if that provides a spark. Are your Birkenstocks making your feet sore because you've been running through my mind all day? That's better. That's what we're talking about. Again, this is high risk. Hey there, do you identify as a woman? I mean, that's sort of like asking a woman if they're pregnant. If they're not, I mean, that's high risk. We should set up a play day for our vegan trans cats. Focusing on the pets is good. What's your favorite episode of The View? It's good. Shared interests. I couldn't help but notice your insane screaming from across the street. You had me at insane screaming. Do you have the other half of this amulet around my neck? I want to go grab an oat milk latte and avocado toast after the rally. Yeah. You're the most beautiful woman I've seen since Hillary Clinton. Gorgeous. I would have gone maybe Michelle Obama. I've just one to add to the mix. That vagina hat you're wearing is very slimming. Something like that. Regardless of your political persuasion or sociopathic tendencies, everybody needs to practice those icebreakers. Okay, for the normals, this piece from Logan Mahon in Inside Hook. Take it from, I'm just trying to convey the advice here. I'm not necessarily endorsing it, but she makes a case. Take it from a woman. The most romantic date spot this season, the ballpark. Women want one thing this spring. Diamonds. No, for you to take them out to the ball game. That's it. Is that so hard? 312-642-5600 on the case that the ballpark is the best place to take a lovely young lady. The key points here in support of this argument that this columnist makes. Baseball games provide a low-pressure environment for dates with natural lulls and conversation starters that avoid awkward silences. Number 2, dating experts and psychologists agree. Well, as long as the dating experts agree, because that's a profession that requires a lot of credentialization. They agree that ballparks allow partners to interact authentically and observe each other's personalities in a natural habitat, natural crowd setting. Number 3, a date's lack of baseball knowledge is not a barrier, as the overall sensory experience and shared activity can foster connection and even new fandom. Yes. How about these 1-5 White Sox? We have high hopes this year. Actually, I didn't expect they'd get a win in their first 20 games, so they're way ahead of schedule. Mike in Yorkville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan. Again, why would you want to go? It's another segment of why Dan Proft is single. You're already blamed for everything else. Why would you want to get married to to a person that would just blame you for everything and as a constant reminder?
Another person, right. I can always practice polygamy. We've covered before, thanks, Mike, on this show, which is to marry yourself. But then I still blame myself for everything. So I'm sort of between a rock and a hard place on that one. A little bit more color on this. Take a pretty lady to a ballpark. That's the way to go. This is the perfect date spot this spring. The outing to a baseball game is relatively easy. Well, you may have to shoot your way in and out on the south side, but relatively easy. Unlike going to the movies where you're forbidden for speaking for 2 or 3 hours, or an intimate date where you're forced to stare at each other and converse. Baseball game, the perfect middle ground to get to know someone without it being too awkward or stressful. I had a friend, actually. Now, he met this woman on a dating app, But they sort of bonded around being Arizona Diamondback friends. This is a guy I went to college with. So he's out in Paradise Valley. You know, like all the guys I went to college with, hung out with, the conservatives are all accomplished, you know, medical doctors and things like that. And then there's me. Anyway, they bonded around being Diamondbacks fans and so on and so forth. He actually did one of those jumbo screen proposals at the ballpark, which I always thought was very high risk and a little cheeseball, but it worked. Now that's his ex-wife now, so it only works for so long. Carol in Moments, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, good morning, Dan. I really think a hockey game would be better.
You think so?
And that way,
yeah.
That way you get to see each other's emotional responses better to fights and things like that. And
That makes thanks for the call, Carol. Yeah, sporting events. Yeah, maybe sporting event, right street, wrong address. The hockey game. You do tend to see. I get the sense that women like hockey games more than baseball or they like football. I don't know. They seem to like violence as much as some guys. But I think it's just a faster pace. Baseball gets a little slow, and since nobody plays defense in the NBA, that gets a little boring too. Just watching guys sort of stroll around and knock down 25-footers. Baseball. Sandra Myers is the president and co-founder of Select Date Society. So, need I say more? A baseball game keeps the mood easy and low pressure. You're sharing the experience side by side. The game itself gives you natural conversation starters without feeling like an interview. Right. Can I get you some elotes? Another beer. The built-in breaks make it easy to talk, laugh, and check in while still giving each person something to focus on if either gets nervous. Uh-huh. What do you think? More on this. The ballpark is a setting conducive to getting to know or weeding out potential partners. For example, like if you go with a member of the Legoux family and he takes his shirt off and runs out and attacks the first base umpire, then maybe that guy's not for you. You learn more about someone in a ballpark than you do across a dinner table. You see how they handle a crowd. You see how they treat people, how they react to excitement. It gives you a real sense of their personality in a natural way. Mm-hmm. I have a Cubs joke in there somewhere, but I'm probably shouldn't tell it. Byron in the western suburbs.
Hey, Dan, all this dating advice is really good, but always remember, ultimately, you don't date the woman, you date her family. You're going to have to know who they are because you're going to be involved with them sooner or later.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good piece of advice, too. Text from 847, she'd better be wearing a tube top. Well, hopefully that is something that complements the figure. One of the things, though, too, is you got to, I've talked about this before, you have to abide the dress restrictions, even though it's a casual environment. For example, a girl wearing a jersey of a player, not a big fan of that. A girl having tattoos, not a big fan of that, which is why it's unlikely I'm ever going to meet a girl at Comiskey Park. But the biggest issue is, and this goes for men and women, this is a rule that applies to all. The jersey of the player you're wearing cannot be bigger than the actual player's jersey. If you're 300 pounds and you're wearing a Scotty Pasednik jersey, take it off. Other rule? One, I've got many, but I'll give you one more. With respect to jersey wearing, which adults really shouldn't do. You can't put your name on the back of somebody else's jersey. That doesn't work. And even worse than that, so this is like a sub rule of the second rule. Your nickname on the back of an actual professional athlete's jersey. Just don't do it. Knock it off. Joe in Lake Geneva.
Hey, Dan, you brought me back talking about dating at the ballpark, but we've been married 57 years now, my wife, and I really got to know her going to Old Comiskey Park back in the 1960s, sitting in the left field upper deck. And, in those days, I think we were 19 or 20, and the beer vendors didn't card you, so you could have a couple of beers and really get to know the girl. And it turned out to be a wonderful life and a wonderful relationship, and it kind of started at Old Comiskey. So,
well, there you go.
That's really what I wanted to say.
There's a testimonial. Thanks, Joe. All right. So maybe this columnist for Inside Hook is onto something. Deborah in Arlington Heights.
Hey, Dan. No, it's a great idea. Like, you could find out so many things. You could find out whether she's a drunk if she asks you to buy too many beers for her. You could find out if she's a junk food addict, depending on how many things she asks you to buy her as far as snacks are concerned. You could find out whether she was a potty mouth, if she's swearing at bad calls, or getting violent during the game with people that are, like, being obnoxious. You find out a lot of things.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, so you can find out if she's a gold digger, if she like complains about the seats. Like, oh, these seats.
True. If she pays for her own snacks and drinks.
I don't. I wouldn't.
She's not.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't. I don't know if I have to go that far. Thanks for the call, Deborah. But if she's like, oh, like last time I stayed, I went to a Sox game. I went to, I watched it from the skybox or something like that. I'm like, oh well, excuse me. No. Yeah, you can find out things. But perhaps for me, this is advice for people that are competent in this space, which I'm not. But yeah, I don't. But I sort of treat a ball game somewhat like a movie. I really don't want a lot of chit chat either. I'm trying to focus on the game. Dan, Salem, Wisconsin.
Hi, Dan. This is Dan from Salem. It's still single too.
Okay, good.
And also, I'm 63 years old, and I like myself. I really do. I enjoy being alone.
All right. You're good enough, you're smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like you, Dan. Good. Okay.
Absolutely. And I got to say one more thing, Danny. I think they're suffering from schizophrenic, delusional, suspicional thought syndrome, some of these women over there at those King rallies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you think of that one?
Yeah, it's pretty good. That's a good phrase. That's a good pickup line. They won't even know what you're talking about. Thanks for the call, Dan. Rick in Downers Grove.
Hey, good morning. Kind of like what he said. When you first meet somebody, I don't care if it's a baseball game or what, boy, this is great fun. I want to be with this person a long time. Anything they do is fun. Then you get married and you do everything together. Well, everybody I know is married. After a while, they're like, I love doing stuff on my own. So I decided I'm going to bypass all that.
Skip ahead.
Start it alone, bypass it all, and stay by myself.
Yeah.
And it seems to be working.
That's good. They stay ahead of the learning curve. Well done, Rick. Thanks for the call. Isn't text from 815? Isn't it Comiskey Park according to Obama? It is. According to him. From the Amish texter, come on, Dan. One attack of a baseball does not make a Southside father and son all bad. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got to give some grace there. They were from Blue Island. Frank in Evanston.
Hi, I just wanted to say that my wife and I went to our first date at the new Comiskey Park, and around the third inning, and we're being White Sox fans, we actually know how to use a scorecard.
Yes,
so
right.
I had to get up in the fourth inning and take a timeout, and I put the scorecard down on my chair. It came back 3 batters later, and my bride-to-be had filled in the scorecard, which completely swept me off my feet.
Of course. Wow. You were walking on air.
Yes. And I've been
That's
walking
awesome.
on air since then. So we're
That's
still
awesome.
married, so.
That's a litmus test. Can you score the game? That's a real litmus test. Thanks for the call, Frank. That's awesome. As opposed to going to Wrigley where everybody's on a double date. First they take in the game and then they go to the Blue Man Group. Dan Proft, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hear about the big stories of the day then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Let me ask you something. Does your garage floor look bad? Covered in salt, cracked, or stained from the winter's brutal blast? Well, I've got a fix for you so you can start enjoying your garage this spring. Contact my good friends at Level 10 Coatings. Level 10 brought my garage floor from dirty and gross to showroom, shiny new in just one day. Level 10 Coatings can do the same for you. A quick and easy fix, permanent durable solution. Guaranteed to never chip or peel. Get it done now so you can enjoy your garage this spring and summer. Schedule your free quote today and mention me, Amy, for $500 off. Visit level10coatings.com. That's level, the number 10, coatings.com. Level10coatings.com or call 855-510-2628. Again, that's 855-510-2628. Level 10 Coatings, your premier concrete coating experts.
Your family and friends love you, but they hate seeing you in pain all the time, especially heading into vacation season. Allow me to recommend my friends at QC Kinetics. They'll take care of your pain and have you get on with your day straight away. It's that easy. Listen, if you answer yes to more than one of these questions, you're a great candidate for QC Kinetics. Do you have consistent joint pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulders, or your back? Does pain rob you from a good night's sleep? Are you missing work or saying no to activities you otherwise love to do? Are you taking painkillers? If this is you, then today could be the day you turn that corner and get real pain relief. With 5 Chicagoland locations and weekend appointments, QC Kinetics treatments are easy, done in the office. Consultations are free, and I've seen the results in person, so I recommend QC Kinetics. Don't wait. This will be the most meaningful thing you can do for yourself and those who love you. Call now, 312-827-6261. That's 312-827-6261. Call QC Kinetics for pain relief at 312-827-6261.
Temperatures are cooling, but not concerns about inflation, market volatility, and taxes. Revisit your financial plan this winter. Best Gen Wealth Partners work with individuals to develop personalized plans that help navigate changing conditions with confidence. Visit GetRetiredStayRetired.com to learn more.
Advisory services offered through Best Gen Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Securities offered through Private Client Services, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC. Private Client Services and Best Gen Advisors, LLC are unaffiliated entities. Any information discussed does not constitute investment advice. Best Gen Advisors and Private Client Services do not offer tax legal advice.
I remember sitting in the kitchen, heartbroken, overwhelmed, staring at costs and a list of decisions. I prayed for strength and reached out to Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago, only to hear that Mom had already pre-planned everything so my siblings and I would be protected. Because she planned ahead, we weren't pulled apart by heartbreaking decisions.
Visit CatholicCemeteriesChicago.org or call 708-236-5407 to schedule a free consultation.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus.
What's happening right now?
Whoa, your low talking reminds me of way too low pricing at Hasselus Mattress.
Are they really low?
How low? Our 35 beds from the top 5 brands start at $293.
So you have no employees in your showroom?
If you're inquiring about a free box spring with the purchase of any Sealy Posturepedic or Beautyrest mattress, employee-free showrooms, and free next-day delivery, the answer is yes.
Holy cow!
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
Platform safety is critical at your commercial and industrial facility. Keeping people safe and meeting OSHA requirements isn't optional. That's why Vans Industrial offers free platform inspections by professional structural engineers who know exactly what to look for. Problems with platforms, ladders, or stairs can lead to costly fines or worse. Vans Industrial helps you meet OSHA standards to protect people in your facility.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. With decades of experience, I bring long-standing industry knowledge from inspecting, correcting, and replacing countless platforms to make facilities safer. Vans Industrial is a specialty contractor equipped to modify or replace steel catwalks, handrails, stairways, and ladders. Our union building trades professionals fabricate and install high-quality steel systems that create safer work environments.
Call 833-VANS-IND for a free platform inspection by professional structural engineers. See what else we can do for you. Visit vansindustrial.com. That's VANS Industrial.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Text from 708. Funny you mentioned Blue Man Group. That's where the Cub fan after party is. Took my wife there 15 years ago, and that's the night we got engaged. Spent hundreds on front row tickets, and she missed half the show staring at the damn ring. Well, that's all right. That story actually turned out better than I thought when per the setup. All right, coming up at 8:38, we'll stick on sports in a sense. Bears stadium options. Dan McGrath is the president of Leo High School and a former Chicago Tribune sports editor. We won't hold a ladder against him. We'll talk about the Bears, Hammond or Arlington Heights. Who can pony up the most of other people's money? 8:38 with Dan McGrath. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning, 38 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the QC Kinetics newsroom. President Trump says Operation Epicurus a success. While addressing the nation last night, Trump said Iran has been decimated militarily and economically.
We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their border.
That is, Trump airstrikes continued overnight in Iran. Chicago Mayor Johnson says he's demoted the Chicago Housing Authority Board chairman. He claims Matthew Brewer revolted against him last month by installing a new CEO. Johnson believes the process of appointing Keith Pettigrew to be the next leader of the CHA violated state law. Brewer says he's refusing to step down as chairman because the post comes from the CHA board and not the mayor. And the White Sox home opener pushed back a day due to heavy rain in today's forecast. The Sox game against the Blue Jays set for Thursday, but all tickets issued for today will be honored tomorrow at Rate Field. The game is set to start at 1:10 on Friday. Chance the Rapper will throw out the ceremonial first pitch. This report is service of the daily podcast of Chicago's Morning Answer and the Sean Thompson Show. Hear both shows with limited commercials when you subscribe for free to the daily podcast at 560theanswer.com/podcasts. Check out the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Hugh Hewitt sees damage, but there's still a threat.
Together, we continue to deliver precision strikes against key manufacturing nodes. And over the past 30 days, we've struck more than 11,000 targets.
11,000. That's not the Israelis. The Israelis are running out of targets. I don't know what's left in Iran, but they can still threaten the Strait.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Alex Marlo at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you've saved $100,000 or more for retirement, call Steve Shyman today at 833-945-7283. That's 833-WILL-SAVE. 833-WILSAVE. Schedule your no-cost, no-obligation retirement review and make sure your plan is built to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. And don't forget to listen to Steve's show, Protecting Your Assets, Saturday mornings at 8 a.m. right here on AM 560. Call now, 833-945-7283.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Taking a look at the roads from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Sue Aller. 17 minutes both ways on the Edens from Lake Cook to Montrose. The Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to the Burn interchange is 37 minutes. Outbound is 33. Hitting those brakes in the express lanes inbound between Montrose Avenue and Chicago Avenue. 39 in, 19 out on the Ike from Wolf to the Old Post Office. 43 in, 25 out on the Stevenson from Veterans Memorial to Lakeshore. The Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange is 32 minutes. Outbound is 15. Stop and go inbound on the express lanes between 51st Street and the Stevenson. The Bishop Ford inbound is slow from the Stony Island feeder to the Dan Ryan and jam-packed northbound Lakeshore Drive between Bryn Mawr Avenue and Hollywood Avenue. This report is sponsored by Aleve. At some point, body pain may creep in and become your reality that day, but Aleve is here to keep you moving. One pill gives you up to 12 hours of body pain relief. So don't let pain hold you back. Try Aleve today. Use as directed. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now the latest forecast from the Airright Heating and Cooling Weather Center.
Today will be mostly cloudy, breezy, and significantly colder with some rain showers. The high temperature will reach 42. Tonight, expect cloudy skies with continued breezy conditions, along with a few showers and the possibility of a thunderstorm. Watch out for ponding on streets and highways. The low temperature will be 39. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So Bears President Kevin Warren told Arlington Heights, not to worry. You're not exactly on the clock. We got to take your time. We're not going to make a decision. Hopefully the decision will be made in some point over the summer, but there's no pressing timeline. We'll see what the General Assembly comes up with. Cam Buckner carrying the legislation to get state subsidies for the Bears and commitments for infrastructure improvements for the Bears in Springfield. So we'll see what comes out of Springfield by the end of early spring, assuming they don't go into overtime. So that would be the end of May. And then we can kick that around, maybe then go back and see if Indiana wants to sweeten the pot a little bit more for the Wolf Lake property. We'll let these two cats fight it out for a little while. Interestingly, and definitively, for first time I think that I've seen, at least publicly, is Hammond is a possibility. Arlington Heights is a possibility. What's not a possibility is Chicago, which has long been the case, but it's being openly voiced right now. So that will be a blot, as if he needs another, on Brandon Johnson's record as mayor going into 27. And boy, if the Bears chose Hammond, that would be a blot on Pritzker's record going into 26 with an eye towards 28 as well. Interesting piece over at Crane's. That's the anti-business business magazine in Chicago, if you didn't know. That's the pro-kleptocracy, rent-seeking outlet. I mean, I have to say it, even if it offends my next guest. Dan McGrath, I'm not calling him one, I'm just saying the outlet is. Dan McGrath is the president of Leo High School. He's also a former Chicago Tribune sports editor. Dan, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Happy to do it, Dan.
So the piece that you wrote was sort of interesting. I haven't quite heard anyone make this comparison of Kevin Warren, who is driving this or has been tapped to drive this as the president of the organization. This is not being done, as you often see, by the formal owners of the team. And you compared Warren, I don't know if it was favorably or unfavorably. I'm still trying to process it. Favorably or unfavorably to Al Davis?
Well, I think there are some similarities. In his defense, he was brought in with one job, get us a stadium. And that's certainly what he's endeavoring to do. I don't think it's been handled as smoothly or as adroitly as he would have liked. I think he had better or smoother sailing up in Minneapolis when he got the building built for the Vikings. There's been more obstacles to overcome here. But again, he's playing one side against the other pretty obviously. Okay, as you just said, all right, here's what we're waiting for Pritzker and the Assembly to do. Now we'll go back to Northwest Indiana and see what they want to do. And, at some point we'll come up with a arrangement that's favorable to us. But I don't see any possibility that they go to Northwest Indiana. I think it's Arlington Heights, and it's just a matter of pounding out the details. I think the lakefront, the footprint is too small for what they want to do. The NFL is the notorious copycat league. Everybody wants what the Raiders have in Las Vegas. Everybody wants what Jerry Jones has in Dallas.
SoFi in California. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And there's just no place to do that on the lakefront. So that pretty much rules out the lakefront. My friend David Greising from the Better Business Bureau, a former the BGA, a former Tribune colleague of mine, had an interesting piece about why they refused to look at the Michael Reese site. I guess there are similar concerns about access and parking and everything that they need, but the land is there, and it's certainly not far from downtown, and it would revitalize the South Loop and or the near South Side, I guess I would say. But the Michael Reese property doesn't appear to be in play at all. It's either Northwest Indiana or Arlington Heights.
Well, part of it is their fan base. I mean, from a season ticket holder perspective, they're in the suburbs. They're not downtown, and they don't want to go downtown.
That's in the northwest suburbs too. That's a very good point.
Yeah. The just in terms of the missteps or things could have gone more smoothly to this point. Now looking back on it, I mean, as you said, he was brought in to get them a new stadium. I mean, was Soldier Field ever really in play? And if it wasn't, why did he sort of posture and pretend with Brandon Johnson that they were having productive talks and that there were possibilities and so forth? It seemed like there was never a possibility.
I would think that's true. I would go back to Richie Daley when they refurbished the stadium back around 2000. Had they gone all the way then and domed it and done the things that would have been able to, get them a Super Bowl, get them a Final Four, make it more of a all events complex rather than, strictly a football stadium. And, the hotel tax and everything that they had to make happen in order to do that, if they had just taken it a little further and built the building that they needed back then, I don't think it would have come to this crisis mode. But, I think the mayor was taken in. They sort of sweet-talked him and, you want to be a player in this. Things have evolved, too. I mean, the stadium building and the whole facilities, it's like an arms race, who can have the nicest thing and who can bring in the most revenue, because, the NFL is well known for its revenue sharing, but they don't share like suite income or the ancillary businesses around the stadium. They don't share that. They get to keep that. All they really share is broadcast revenue and ticket revenue. So the more ancillary income you can have, the better off you are. That's why the Cowboys are probably the highest rated, most prosperous franchise in the entire league. They're not the most successful, but they bring in the most money.
I understand that Pritzker went bitching to the NFL for help. You can't let them go to Hammond. Does the NFL have a position on this? Do they care whether it's Arlington Heights or Hammond for their purposes?
I think they care a bit. The Chicago Bears, they're a showpiece franchise. They're one of the originals. They are pro football to many people. I know years ago when Virginia had to do the very unpleasant task of removing her son, Michael, as team chairman, she was under a bit of pressure from the league for that, for doing that. They had totally botched the Dave McGinnis hire. They wanted McGinnis to be the coach, but they totally lowballed him on a contract. And McGinnis's agent said, "I'm not going to let you sign that." And it was they had called a press conference. They had everybody there, ostensibly to announce Dave McGinnis, and then it came down at the end. They didn't have a deal. And then the stadium thing. You remember, Dan, in the late 90s, I think it was, Michael talked up the Gary Bears.
Very
attractive offer. And I just remember Richie, that sardonic little smile on his face, the Gary Bears.
Yeah,
so
right.
There were so many missteps that I think the league said, come on, we're not mom and pop anymore. This is a big time sophisticated business and you got to get with it. So I think the league, I don't think the league wants any part of Northwest Indiana. I think the league wants them in the greater Chicago area.
The speaking of the McCaskies, what is the future of that ownership look like? I mean, I know there are a lot of McCaskey mouths to feed, and so there's a lot of money that needs to be trickled down, and this is their asset if they can keep it. But I mean, what is the future of the Bears being held by the McCaskey family, do you think?
We hear grumbling from some of the younger. We've got this incredible asset, but we're not capitalizing on it because it is the family business. There's not much going on within that family other than the Bears. I mean, most of them, there's not enough work for all of them, so most of them have held outside jobs of one sort or another. But in terms of where they make their money, where their income comes from, it is the Bears. And Don Pearson, another former Tribune great, did a terrific piece a few years back about how the trust is set up. I think there was some thought that when Pat Ryan acquired his 18 or 20%, that he would pick off McCaskey's one by one and get the majority share. But the trust is set up in such a way that they can't sell as individuals. They have to sell together, the whole thing. So that's why, it's a family property, but boy, there's more and more.
Everybody has veto power. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. I think there are some who would like to cash in and, take into something other than football. But as long as George is in charge, I don't see that happening.
Well, I mean, maybe at least like the Pritzker family, at least so far, nobody's had to sue anybody over this to get their money. But and I'm not sure Pat Ryan ever really wanted to own it. I'm not sure about that. Do you have any intuition about that?
No, I don't either. He's pretty content. He's on the board. He has a seat on the board. He's
of course,
in all the major decisions. And I think he likes being involved, but I don't think he ever wanted to run it.
Yeah. Now, but part of this is, and this I think, I have affinity for Virginia McCaskey and George McCaskey, partly because of their faith and because I think they're good people.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't think there's any question.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the people that are not so fond of how the Bears have proceeded under their stewardship, looking at this stadium is like, okay, so let's say they do Arlington Heights and they probably double the value of the franchise overnight, but with hotels and Bears land and all that stuff. That's the perfect time to sell. Then everybody gets paid out and really handsomely paid out. And that may be why some of them, McCaskies, are sitting on their hands because they know there's an even bigger payday not too far down the road.
I think that's a good point. There's, as well as we're doing now, there's more money out there. There's better days ahead. And if anybody can overcome the argument against, public money for private enterprise, it's the Bears, just because of how beloved they are. I mean, I've worked all over the country, and I don't think I've ever seen anything like Chicago's affinity for the Bears. I mean, I was in San Francisco when the 49ers got good, and they certainly attracted a following, but they were good. The Bears attract this following and passionate following, and they're rarely good. It's just they're the Bears. Everybody loves the Bears.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's legislation will come out of Springfield with cash and prizes for the Bears to stay in Arlington Heights. And to your point too, and this is something that has been reported as much, but I've heard this too, is when these are Kevin Warren, these are serious people. I mean, they have they're doing the work to really understand the economics of both places. And I just understand that you were sort of talking about Wolf Lake. It just doesn't, that lakefront doesn't have the space compared to the old Arlington Park site. And the revenue projections in terms of what the stadium and all the ancillary stuff would throw off in Arlington Heights as compared to Wolf Lake just makes it decidedly in favor of Arlington Heights.
Something else I haven't read much about is who knows what's in the land over there. The steel mills and the oil refineries, and it might be building. It might cost you quite a bit of money just to, take care of the environmental concerns before you really get a shovel in the ground. Years ago, the Bassmasters Classic was held in Chicago for some reason, and Wolf Lake was one of the sites that were fished. And we were joking in the office about everything that was pulled out of Wolf Lake was disqualified because it was green and had 3 eyes.
Exactly. It's like a Simpsons episode. Yeah.
Oh, hey, nobody knows what's over there.
That and you were pulling Cutlass Sierras out of Wolf Lake too, right? I mean, that's the other piece of it. Too, yeah. I mean, if we couldn't dump, if the mob couldn't dump the bodies in the Cal Sag, and Wolf Lake was a nice alternative spot.
That's right there, across the state line.
Dan McGrath, he's the president of Leo High School, former Chicago Tribune sports editor. His piece at Cranes, Bears Stadium Options, very, very interesting. Dan McGrath, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan. Good to be on with you. Take care.
Take care. And he joined us on Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
At Terra Vista of Oak Brook Terrace, dementia care isn't just what we do. It's all we do. We specialize in caring for those with Alzheimer's and other types of dementia. We're on the forefront of dementia care with a barrier-free, stress-free environment, so residents can explore safely and feel at home. But what truly sets Terra Vista apart? Personalized care. We take the time to learn each resident's story, where they lived, their routines, former careers, even the names of family members. Anyone who interacts with your loved one can immediately make them feel comfortable and understood. We meet our residents right where they are. Residents stay strong and engaged with multi-sensory activities, music, art, horticulture, our beautiful 18,000 square foot outdoor space, and even a personal trainer. At Terra Vista, residents aren't defined by their dementia. We honor the whole person. Speak to an advisor or schedule a tour today at terravista.org. Again, that's terravista.org, and tell them AM 560 sent you.
What are you doing?
I'm setting up the Art of Options sectional.
That's a popular pick at Penny Mustard.
But why is it so long?
I wanted to create the world's longest sectional that wraps around the entire showroom.
Well, the Art of Options is powered by a rechargeable battery, so it can literally go anywhere.
So what are you going to build next?
The world's longest coffee table.
The Art of Options reclining sectional starting at $92.65 at Penny Mustard.
6 Chicagoland showrooms.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Whether you are old or young, no one likes to lose money. The market is at an all-time high. How much risk does your portfolio really have in it? Are you worried that you could lose your hard-earned money? Call TJ Stearns in Arlington Heights at 800-640-2256 for your free risk report. Call right now and we will include a full analysis of your portfolio. Don't wait until it's too late. Call TJ Stearns, a local and longtime sponsor on AM 560. Call 800-640-2256. Call now and tell him AM 560 sent you.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air-Rite Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available, financing is flexible, and at Air-Rite installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you and Air-Rite will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air-Rite Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air-Rite Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
AM 560. The Answer.
Yeah, the truth is out there. I mean, since we're talking about Artemis 2 and space travel, sure to bring out the conspiracy theorists. And actually, J.D. Vance was asked in a recent interview about his interest in like a full debriefing on any suggested alien files that may exist, evidence of extraterrestrial life forms that the government is aware of but has not disclosed to the public, all that business. Well, man, listen to this. A former Florida Congressman, Matt Gaetz, you remember him. He was going to be Attorney General for about 5 minutes. And he's now a broadcaster on OAN or something, I think. Anyway. He did a podcast interview. I think this was with Benny Johnson. And he recounted a story of a so-called whistleblower who visited his office when he was a member of Congress to talk to him exactly about this. Alien life forms. And not only alien life forms, the government was keeping under wraps, but breeding grounds, breeding centers of aliens and humans.
Yeah, I had a guy who was uniformed. He was a senior enlisted with the United States Army. Came into my office in Crestview, Florida, in a non-classified setting. I had members of my staff there, and what they explained is that the military ran a very secret program where aliens that were living were in forced breeding programs with humans that had been abducted from war zones and from even the caravans of migrants. Now, again, I didn't verify this, but what the whistleblower was telling me is that there were like between 6 and 12 locations around the country where this happened. And what he wanted was a group, members of Congress, to all show up at the same time at all of these different locations so that any of those activities could not be moved. And of course, it's a physical impossibility to get members of Congress to simultaneously show up at like 8 locations at one time. And so that never occurred.
Okay. Maybe the reason it didn't occur is because some members of Congress thought the guy was a crank. I mean, that could be it too. You can't get 8 members of Congress to show up to get a sneak peek at a human alien breeding farm that the Pentagon is running in some undisclosed location. It's just bizarre. The way that Matt Gaetz should tell that story is with, in a jovial manner, not in like a reporter manner. Why would you take somebody, even if he's senior enlisted, why would you take somebody saying such things sans evidence? Show all 8 of you show up at one time, or at the same time at all these locations, and you'll all simultaneously discover these breeding farms. There's somebody who's been watching the X-Files too much. J.D. Vance, by the way, just per what he said too, he didn't just sort of dismiss that like I was all interested in it, and then I got in the job of the vice president. And I have higher priorities, which stands to reason. He said, I think they're demons anyway, but that's a longer discussion. Talking about UFOs. I think UFOs are demons, not aliens, and that's informed by his Christian faith. He said he was obsessed with the idea of UFOs when he first took office, but hasn't had time to get out to Area 51 or connect with the senior enlisted who came to Matt Gaetz's office with the stories you just heard. And of course, Vance, is informed by his faith. He grew up atheist, converted to Catholicism in his 30s, and he said, well, look, I think that celestial beings who fly around, who do weird things to people, I think the desire to describe everything celestial, everything is otherworldly, to describe it as aliens, that doesn't fly with him. Every great world religion, including Christianity, the one I believe in, has understood that there are weird things out there, and there are things that are very difficult to explain. And there is evil in the world. Okay. Well, that was fun. Thanks for joining us on another edition of Chicago's Morning Answer. It is now 9 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
Oil's up, stocks are down. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. The Dow is down 428 points. Oil prices are up 13% since yesterday. President Trump, addressing the nation about the military operation in Iran, says the economy, though, is well positioned to handle the challenge of finally dealing with Iran. Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House.
The president detailed the urgency of Iran's nuclear threat.
For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action.
Although the president described this operation as nearly over, he also forecast aggressive strikes over the next 2 to 3 weeks, including hits to Iran's oil and energy plants if no deal is reached.
European leaders are meeting virtually to talk about oil flow in the Strait of Hormuz.
The summit will assemble key partners, including France, Germany, Italy, Gulf Cooperation Council states, and others, to discuss ways the group can act. They have made the stipulation, though, that any moves to open and or protect the strait would occur only after the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran has ended. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
The Senate reapproves a funding bill to end the partial government shutdown, sending it back to the House, an agreement rejected last week. Fox's Griff Jenkins at the Capitol.
It's
going to take selling some angry conservatives in the House GOP conference. Fox can confirm that they are going to hold an 11 a.m. conference call today to talk about what has now been sent over from the Senate, how they may want to proceed forward on this potential two-track.
Funding most of Homeland Security and then later funding immigration and border enforcement without the reforms demanded by Democrats. A woman who disappeared 32 years ago when she was 13 in Arizona, Christina Marie Plant, is found alive. Sheriff's office says, declining to share any more details out of respect for her privacy. Investigators say she was last seen leaving her home on foot to go to the stable where her horse was.